The stream is live. If we can have everybody muted, and we are just doing a quick test sound to make sure the sound is going through. The stream is live. If we can have everybody muted, and we are just doing a quick test sound. And sound is working. The sound is going through. We just have about a 35-second delay with YouTube.
So Eddie, just information, Councilmember Moeller still having trouble with her audio, so she's going to try to call in, use her video, but have her audio off, and then call in for her audio. So please monitor that and see if it's working.
Will do.
So Eddie, just information, Councilmember Moeller still having trouble with her audio, so she's going to try to call in, use her video, but have her audio off, and then call in for her audio. So sounds just like me. So I see that we have a couple of ZDRB members already logged in. We aren't meeting with ZDRB until 5 o'clock, but you're welcome to be attendees for this portion of the meeting. Also, if you're doing that so that you can monitor the appointment conversation, that's fine.
So Mayor,
I think I'm sorry, Mayor. I think Marita I'm not sure she's having some issues with her sound or not. Maybe there she are. There we are.
So Mayor, did I hear you understand it would be okay if we rejoin at 5 o'clock?
We are not having the joint ZDRB session until 5 o'clock.
Okay, so it's okay then. I will join at 5 o'clock if that's okay.
We will, and maybe make it 4:45 in case we're ahead of schedule, but know that it is on the agenda for 5 o'clock when we do the combined meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Michael, it goes for you too. If you wanted to come back a little before 5 o'clock, that's fine.
Thank you. I appreciate that greatly.
My audio is going in and out on this, and I'm not hearing whole sentences.
Okay, I heard you clearly that time. So, if you want to try while we're waiting for Councilmember Moeller to get set up, you want to try to log out and back in, because that sometimes does clear the audio problems.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can.
All right, so I just used a different link. Went out an hour ago for panelists, and then I rebooted a couple times, and I picked another link. I'm in.
So are you using the link that Eddie just sent out a few minutes
No.
before the meeting?
That was the first one I used, and I don't know if that was the problem. So I used one that he'd sent out a few days ago. That could have been it. It's a mystery, but I'm here.
Okay. And Vice Mayor, are you able to hear clearly now? Okay.
Does my
Yeah.
audio work? Yep, I'm good. Thank you.
Yes. So I believe we have all, well, we're about to ask you if you can hear the proceedings and speak. So we are at 3:01. So Eddie, are we ready to go?
We're ready.
And everything is running and turned on and
Everything is working perfectly. So we are live.
okay, great. I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order then for Tuesday, July 19th, 2022 of the Yelpfill Town Council. A very quick reminder that we will be joined by our Zoning and Design Review Board members at approximately 5 o'clock for a joint session continuing from this meeting. But for now, you have the council. So I will go ahead and read the introduction for teleconference meetings. This meeting, regular meeting of the Town Council, is being held pursuant to Government Code Section 54953E related to teleconferencing of meetings. The Governor's proclamation of a state of emergency is still in effect, and the Town Council has made the necessary findings under the law to hold teleconference meetings in this manner. Proper notice was given for this meeting. All persons are permitted to join remotely and address the Town Council directly, and the meeting will be delayed in the event of a town-caused disruption. This meeting will be held in all respects according to the requirements of Government Code Section 54953E. The town manager is present in his office. I, Vice Mayor Dornbecker, along with council members Moeller, Knight, and Tagliabashi, and staff are participating remotely by video, audio, in conformance with Government Code Section 54953E. Members of the public have been able to provide public comment by the following platforms, either as a Zoom member attendee using the raise hand feature, and I would call upon that person at the appropriate time. Also through the town's public comment email, which is publiccomment@yville.com. And the third way, e-comment feature in Prime Gov, which can be found with the speech bubble with the HTML agenda. Before we proceed with the agenda, I'd like to let our viewers know that any vote taken during the teleconference portion of the meeting will be taken by a roll call vote led by our town clerk. In addition, public hearings, administrative regular items that have representatives that are not staff will provide that have representatives providing presentations as they would during a typical council meeting held in council chambers will be called upon to speak during that agenda item. So I'll now ask our town clerk, Eddie Gomez, to conduct roll and confirm with each member of the town council that they're able to hear the proceedings and have a copy of the agenda for this meeting. Eddie?
Yes, Mayor. Council Member Tagliabashi,
Yes and yes.
Council Member Knight,
Yes and yes.
Council Member Moeller,
Yes to both.
Vice Mayor Dornbecker,
Yes to both.
Mayor Dunbar.
Yes. So let the record reflect that all council members have indicated they are able to hear and have today's agenda. So since almost all of us are remote, if you could please join in the Pledge of Allegiance by facing the nearest American flag to you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I have to get back in my little capsule here that I've built for my remote seat. Almost pulled a muscle. Okay, next is the adoption of today's agenda. Are there any changes, either town clerk, town manager? I don't believe so. So I'll entertain a motion to
Mayor?
adopt. Yes.
Mayor Dunbar, I just wanted at this time, I have I would like to pull item 7A. I'm not sure at this time when we would suggest doing some changes to consent calendar. Thank you.
Nope, this is not the time. This is to adopt the agenda. We'll pull agenda items in a minute. I already have several consent items that I will be pulling. So now is just to adopt the agenda.
I move approval of the agenda. Thank you.
Second.
The motion, Councilmember Knight, second, Councilmember Moeller. Voice vote, please, Eddie.
Yes. Councilmember Knight,
Yes.
Councilmember Moeller,
Yes.
Councilmember Takabashi,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dornbecker,
Yes.
Mayor Dunbar.
Yes. We have no proclamations or recognitions today. Have we received any public comment on items not on today's agenda? Eddie?
We did not hear.
Okay, so now we'll move ahead to our consent calendar. We have items 7A through H, and I will be pulling items B, E, and F. Councilor Knight, did you have another one that you wanted to pull?
There's some, 7A. There's some letters also attached to that item that I'd like to have 7A pulled. Expressive activity and event ordinance. Thank you.
So 7A, 7B, 7E, and 7F. Any other items? Seeing no others, I'll entertain a motion to adopt consent items 7C, D, H, and G. I'm sorry, yeah, G and H.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, just to be clear, since I said it backwards, 7C, D, G, and H. Motion by Councilmember Tagliabashi, second, Councilmember Moeller. Roll call vote, please, Eddie.
Yes. Councilmember Takabashi,
Aye.
Councilmember Moeller,
Yes.
Councilmember Knight,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dornbecker,
Did we include measure C as
This is-
well? I
Yes,
didn't hear you mention it. Okay, yes.
I did
Then
say it.
Okay,
Is that a yes?
yes.
Thank you. And
and Mayor Dunbar.
yes, so we just passed 7C, D, G, and H. Moving back to item 7A, yes, we did receive public comment from a couple individuals. So if Steve, you want to introduce that item and then we'll listen to the public comment, or is there someone else who would want to introduce that? Gary? Or Steve, I think if you, or I'll just read it and then we'll get to the public comment.
I would say the item is the second reading of the modifications to the expressive activity ordinance, which we have attempted to simplify and clarify and provide the limited direction on which a permit would be necessary. So if you want to entertain the public comment, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, so there have been no changes in the staff report or the presentation of the item, but we have, what is new is the public comment. So we'll go ahead and take that public comment now. Eddie, are you reading that or do we have people live?
Right now, unless somebody wants to raise their hand to speak on this item in the attendee waiting room, I don't see any raising their hands, but we do have electronic public comments submitted that will be written into the record here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and just to let you know, because of the amount of comments we have received throughout today's meetings, me and Hillary, as well as Deputy Director Aldia, will be dividing all these public comments. So the first one is from Sharon Stensis, and she said, I oppose the passage of Ordinance 22-508, expressive activities and events. This appears to be a solution in search of a problem and unnecessary. In our community, the fact that today's agenda packet is 490 pages in length is an example of how big government has become in our very small town. I realize and appreciate that lots of work goes into maintaining and improving our town, and I am very proud of it, but this is excessive and mind-boggling. Sharon Stensis.
Okay, Mayor, we have a second comment from Pan Reeves, Jefferson Street. Every time I see this ordinance, I am suspicious of the motivation. I do not see the reason for it. Do we have a reason to believe that outside agitators will overrun Yonville and block traffic? What it does is put residents on notice that their freedom of speech is not free and must be arbitrarily approved by the powers that be. What if there's a reason to protest or express something about the very people who hold that power? When there is a reason to protest or express some community idea, it will be a deterrent to have to plan ahead at least 5 days and wait around for some approval before calling others to action. It effectively kills the ability to gather, to discuss, and to invite others to participate. And the idea of charging a fee to a symbol is antithetical to what this community started out to be: open, welcoming, and tolerant. This ordinance feels very much like things that are being passed around the county that curtail rights and freedoms. Wrapped up in all the talk about keeping people safe, it takes away more than it protects.
And those are the only 2 public comments we have received so far, Mayor Dunbar, and I don't see anybody in the attendee list raising their hand for this item.
So that's this item in particular. Okay. Yes, those 2.
I do need to clarify that I want to make sure everybody understands there is no fee required or charged for, as we went through in the detailed staff presentation last time. And in most situations, except for a few limited areas, no permit is required. Only in the cases where there will be some blockage or permanent setup of activity, blocking a sidewalk or a street or a site, etc., will a permit be required. And that's why we went to great lengths to try to explain that, most of the expressive activity, we're trying to make very clear that it is permitted, it's welcome, it's only in that very narrow range when it would require a permit, and there is no fee for said permit.
Yes, and I know that we had that discussion previously at the first reading, but Gary, I'll ask if there is a brief and simple way you can explain what we are doing and what we are not doing and why.
The town currently has 3 different ordinances that potentially apply to this: special events, peddlers, and solicitors. And the peddlers and solicitors is 2 different ordinances under the municipal code. If folks are engaged in this activity, potentially those 3 different ones are triggered. Neither of them fit well for expressive activity or expressive events. This ordinance expressly takes it outside the scope of those ordinances, creates a standalone process for these events and for these activities. As the town manager mentioned,
Oops. Gary, you seem to have frozen. Hopefully you will unstick. You want to hear what the town manager said. There, I think you're back.
So as the town manager mentioned, it does not prevent spontaneous events, and it applies when you're in the public right-of-way or when there's 20 or more persons.
And the specific reason or reasons that this has been brought forward, I know that part of it has to do with the election cycle that we are in right now in terms of expressive speech, but it goes beyond that. Could you just speak to that briefly?
Yeah, so there are occasionally requests to put up tables that block the sidewalk, or to otherwise participate in these types of activities in the right-of-way. The only process the town currently has in place for that type of activity is an encroachment permit. That process includes insurance and indemnity, and an other more onerous application process that takes quite a bit more time. So by exempting this process and this new ordinance from those other existing ordinances, actually creates a more streamlined process that is more reflective of what's being requested to allow these activities to go forward without trying to go through a process that doesn't really apply to what's being requested.
And if I could clarify, the town did have previously a farm labor worker group that wanted to do a protest march. They actually came in looking for the process, and we did not have a process. And that is one of the elements that they were trying to do the right thing, and we worked with them, and it was a very safe and secure event for both the protesters and the general public as well. But that was really one of the elements that prompted a review of this item as well.
Thank you. And Gary, is it correct to say this is actually supporting and making easier the ability to have free speech and express oneself? The only parameters we are putting around that is when there is public space being restricted by that activity. Is that fair to say?
I think so, especially compared to the current ordinances in the municipal code.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from council on this item before I ask for a motion?
Mayor, I have just a comment. And
Councilmember Knight.
Thank you. And we have a big agenda tonight, so I apologize. Maybe I didn't take a chance to reach out to Town Manager Rogers before, but I just reconsidered my support for this ordinance because I expressed last month a concern about fees. There's still language in there. I know the Town Manager said there won't be fees, but there's language in there for fees. There's still Town Manager review time and an interview process. I understand there are some positive things about this, but I just believe the ordinance needs additional review and maybe an exception for exception or carve out for a resident gathering or event that could be 20 or more people, and it may be in a park. But I just believe that it needs additional review, and that's why I've reconsidered my support from last month's vote. Thank you.
Okay. Any other council comments? Seeing no others, I don't know, Steve, if you had any response to that, or I'm going to go ahead and. Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And thank you for the clarification from the town attorney and town manager. I was wondering if it would be possible just to add the language that you have just described to us so that it makes it crystal clear that there is no fee for a resident who is hoping to have a get together, or even if it is something that they want to protest or have a walkabout or whatever. So I just think that since the ordinance does that, can we please make it more explicit? Thank you.
Absolutely. If the council would like to add a sentence, and Gary, we can insert it, that the council, there will be no fee charged for a expressive use permit, or expressive activity permit.
So we would have to reintroduce this first reading of this ordinance to make any change to it. So if that's the desire of the majority of the council, what needs to be clear is if there is a structured, organized, premeditated gathering, there may be a fee even if you are a resident. I believe that is accurate. Is that accurate, Steve or Gary, or not?
It's not accurate, Mayor. Right now, what we're indicating is that for an expressive activity permit, there will be no fee. Now, if somebody wants to rent the park to have that organized and do something, there's a park rental. But the idea, and that's why it's indicated, the ordinance does allow for the potential, but the council direction has been very clear that they did not want a permit, and staff is not implementing that. That's why there's no resolution establishing a fee. It says there could be one, but there has not been one. So as such, there is no fee for this, and it will be a no-charge permit.
And the park rental was the example I was referencing, so that we need to have clarity that while there is not a fee associated with the permit itself for residents, if they are using a public facility for that gathering, there may be a fee to reserve a space. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to be clear. This doesn't guarantee no cost of any kind in all circumstances. If somebody is trying to use a public park or other facility, there may be a fee to reserve that facility. It's different than the ability to gather or express.
And Mayor, you also said the key thing, which is a reserved space. If somebody has an impromptu activity that it just happens to be in the park, there would be no fee. If they happen to want a dedicated space and they're going to use, then they would have a park reservation fee.
Right. Councilmember Knight?
Thank you for the additional clarification. I guess it would just be my hope the language would, as the Vice Mayor said, just clarify that if 10 or 15 couples email each other and want to meet in the park, and understandably, if they're not going to interfere with an event that people have paid for time or use, but they're going to meet and gather for some type of event, which could be a political event, that it should be clear that, you know, they have a protected right to do that. And so, you know, if we're looking at the language, I'd appreciate some clarification on that an event like that, where we quickly get to 20 people with 10 couples in this community, that we recognize that right to meet and express their, to express whatever they're doing or have a unofficial event. It's not planned and not taking in money, not gathering or for the purpose of some other event than just gathering. Thank you.
And I would just caution you, if I heard you say this, that casual gathering, because it would be political or some other protected speech, would take priority over somebody who has rented the space. I don't believe that would be true. That if the space is available, yes, it would be available free of charge to gather. But if somebody has paid to rent the facility, part of the grass area or the picnic grounds or the bocce courts or whatever it might be, that reservation that is paid for would still be honored. Steve, is that accurate?
Yes, in our park situation, anybody that has reserved space and paid for it has priority for that use.
So,
Mayor, I apologize, but that's not what I said. What I was saying is that a group of residents would obviously recognize a paid event and not interrupt it. This is an opportunity where nothing is occurring in a space that may be just on the lawn area of North Park. And that's what my concern was. And that's what I was asking. I don't think any resident's going to interfere with an event or visitors or events or a family event that they've actually rented the space. That wouldn't be proper.
Actually, that has happened in the past, to be honest, where residents have been in the park in certain areas before a group that has reserved that area shows up, and they are pressured to move somewhere else. Not the residents. The residents have asked the renter to move somewhere else. So it has happened. And so I just want to be clear on that. Gary.
I just wanted to speak briefly about the scope of the ordinance and the definitions. So at the beginning of the ordinance, expressive activities and expressive events are defined, and it has to include the sole or principal purpose of the gathering. It's not merely the exchange of ideas that triggers the ordinance, because everyone exchanges ideas all the time. It's when the purpose of the gathering is. So it's perhaps a little more limited than 10.
So we lost your audio again, Gary, but I understand you to say that it does not apply to the casual gathering of 10 or 15 couples that are just getting together to have social time. It's if that is an organized, let's say, rally or a campaign event or protest or celebration, then it might trigger that ordinance. Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to hear, I've only heard from two of our council, if there is a majority that are asking for this to be reconsidered and modified going forward, we can take that action. If the majority of the council still wishes to take action today, then we'll do that. So Councilmember Tagliabashi.
Thank you, Mayor Dunbar. I do, on principle, share the concerns that that free speech is a protected right and valued as one of our most principled ways to voice concern and opinions, right? So I think that we address those concerns. I think it's laid out pretty clearly in the ordinance, and as the town manager pointed out, and I think you also pointed out, Mayor, there have been events in the recent past that have kind of made us look at some of our municipal codes as they applied to some of these events, and this is in response to those to try to help better manage those events and help better understand what's going on. So I'm supportive of it as written. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Councilmember Moeller, comment?
Yeah, I thought it was very helpful that Gary pointed us all to the definitions. And the definitions are, to me, quite different than, getting together in a park and, having a meet and greet, whether you want to talk about, your neighborhood appearance or somebody running for council. I don't see that is really what this is about. And I also appreciate hearing the information about a fee. And to me, it's clear. So I'm ready to approve it as it is. And much like other things that with resolutions that we have, this is an ordinance, if we find that there are problems, I am certainly willing to come back and revisit it. The only problem that I see by adding some of these things that have been suggested in, one thing kind of begets another. I could see, this event or that event. So sometimes you just can't make it so inclusive and think of all those options that I'm fine with approving this on the second reading of the consent calendar. And if something needs to get fixed, I'm the first one to raise my hand and say, let's go back and fix it when we truly have a problem. So that's where I'm coming from.
Okay, I think that, so what would happen here is we'd have to start the process over again on August 2nd. We would have a first reading of a modified ordinance, and then 2 weeks later, we could potentially adopt that. I'm willing to wait not to change this around, not to try to add every single possible scenario, but to add, as town manager said, basically one line of clarity about whether something is going to be charged a fee or not. I know that in our previous meeting, we had a very clear discussion about that. So I encourage members of the public that are still unclear on that to look back at that previous discussion. But in the meantime, I think even though it'll be a month delayed, technically, because we're going to have 2 separate meetings, I think it's reasonable to have the town attorney and staff look at slightly tweaking, adding clarity on the permit fee and non-fee, so we can be more confident that there's clarity for the public. Gary?
So defer to the council tonight or on a future, or this afternoon or on a future meeting. If the consensus is to not charge an application fee, it would be a pretty straightforward revision to subdivision C of section 8.26.40. And that could be done as a first reading this afternoon, and then it could come back for a second reading at the next meeting, if that's what the council would like to do. We're also happy to take a closer look at it if that's the direction.
And I think that was the more relevant concern about the clarity of the fee and non-fee. There was mention of random gatherings and how they apply. I personally feel like it's clear, and Gary, your explanation of what it covers and doesn't cover, I think, helped add clarity. So with that change you just recommended, I'd be willing to move forward today to only take one step back instead of 2 and consider a new first reading with that modification. How does the council feel about that?
I would
Councilmember
support
Mueller.
that.
Okay, you said you supported that, Councilmember Mueller?
Yes.
Okay, other council members? Councilmember Knight? You're muted.
Thank you. I still have concerns about the gathering and the fact that there's language in the ordinance that talks about gatherings of 20 or more people. And so I'm just not comfortable supporting the ordinance at this time without an additional review and explanation of those features.
Okay, and that's your prerogative. Thank you. Councilmember Tagliabashi?
I think that I will defer to the vice mayor since it was her suggestion, and if she is okay with this as that modification as suggested by our town attorney, then I am ready to vote on it this evening with that modification.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Well, how would that clarification be expressed? And is there a way that it could encompass what Councilmember Knight is concerned about today? Is that possible?
Well, the three of us aren't concerned about the same thing that Councilmember Knight is concerned about. I believe there is clarity. Gary's provided the additional clarity. And so I'm not concerned about that part of the content. You have support from Councilmember Mueller, Tagliabashi, and myself to add clarifying language as it relates to non-fee or fee conditions as suggested by Gary. Gary will give us the explicit language to consider if we're going to have it later in tonight's agenda.
Well, then I think since it does represent some among the residents, I think the more we can do to clarify it, the better. So I can't just go along with having it read today. I can't. So sorry.
Okay, but I've heard a majority that want to move forward, so I'll entertain a motion to. Gary, how do you want to do this? To a point certain in the agenda, or how would a motion be crafted?
It can be done now because the council's considering it, and I can propose that fee language change if you'd like.
Okay. How about, so do you need a motion to make a modification to this?
Well, I can propose the language, and if that's satisfactory to someone who'd like to make that motion, then they can use the motion would be to introduce and waive first reading of the ordinance with the title and the agenda with the modification as stated.
Okay, so if you would go ahead with that modified language, please.
So subdivision C of section 8.26.40, the text of that paragraph beginning with the town council and ending with expressive event would be deleted. And in place of that paragraph, a sentence would be added to read, "The town shall not charge a fee for processing applications under this chapter."
That does sound fairly clear and simple. Is there a motion to adopt or introduce and waive the first reading of the modified ordinance as presented by the town attorney?
I make a motion. Oh, go ahead.
Go, Councilor Tagliabashi, go ahead.
I will make a motion to adopt and amend the first reading as modified by the town attorney.
I will second.
Motion by Councilmember Tagliabashi, second Councilmember Mueller. Eddie, would you have a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Tagliabashi,
Yes.
Councilmember Mueller,
Yes.
Councilmember Knight,
No.
Vice Mayor Dornbecker,
No.
Mayor Dunbar.
Yes. So that does pass 3-2 with the modification for the clarity of no fee. Thank you, Gary, for the spontaneous guidance on that. Okay, we're going to move ahead now to item 7.2, 7B, excuse me. Adopt resolution 22-4135, approving a job description for information technology systems administrator and code compliance officer, and amend job descriptions utilities operator 1/2, utilities operator in training, utility operator supervisor/manager, and deletion of existing job classifications of waste systems maintenance worker 1/2, reclassify 1 water systems maintenance worker to utility operator. So I think there was a concern there was interest in discussing this because these 2 new jobs were brought up during our budget workshop. And while I believe Councilmember Tagliabashi and potentially other council members wanted to discuss the details of the job descriptions of one or both of these, that the place would be here during a council meeting as opposed to during a budget workshop, where I felt that we needed to stay within the parameters of the budget. And now we can talk about the jobs themselves, whether it be the scope of work, reporting lines, et cetera. So I'll ask Councilmember Tagliabashi to start with questions or comments about your interest in either questioning or potentially modifying this ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. I do appreciate all the work that staff has done on this. I just wanted to re-clarify what we said at the budget hearing and try to understand and help staff and others who are listening understand what our intent was and some of the purpose behind that intent. So this only applies to the code compliance officer. During our discussion, we specifically discussed not having that person report to the town manager. There's a variety of reasons why we thought about that. We didn't discuss it that day, as noted by the town our mayor. Thank you, Mayor. But my reasons for that are, number one, the town manager runs the operations. Basically, he's the CEO of the town staff, and he's a very busy person. If this week is any indication, there's stuff that certainly popped up this week that wasn't on his schedule that required attention, that he diverted away from other things that were equally as important that he had to probably put off for a little bit. The second part of that is, under the municipal code, the town manager is the hearing officer should there be an appeal. So if the code compliance person who is now reporting to the town manager is also preparing the prosecution or the appeal, and now the town manager who had a hand in helping craft that appeal is now weighing in on if that appeal is going to be held up as valid or not valid, it at the very least causes the problems with optics, and we should try to avoid that just as a general rule, in my opinion, if we can. And this is an opportunity for us to avoid that certain circumstance. And then the third item that I had was concerned with is that as a former staff member, I know how territorial sometimes people can get over different staff members, and I would hope that we could put this person, it was my thought that we could put this under a neutral party. They're mostly going to be working for planning and public works, and I know even with the short time code compliance person that I worked with the former director Liston, we had passionate discussions about using that limited use person, and I can't imagine that it would be much different with any other current staff. So for those reasons, I would encourage us to help direct the town manager to find some suitable director or other suitable manager, deputy director, to help bring this person on board, get them up to speed, and then be able to help manage the day-to-day routine of the code compliance officer in a little more maybe efficient and effective use of their time and of everyone else's time. So that's basically my argument and my comment.
Thank you. And I'll ask town attorney and then potentially town manager before we go to Councilmember Mueller. Is there in fact a conflict in the process for appeal if there is such a need in code enforcement if the town manager is the direct report to for the code of compliance officer? I'll start with Gary and then ask Steve.
So we're specifically talking about administrative enforcement, which is under Chapter 8.05 that was adopted by the town council a few years back. The town manager serves as the hearing officer, but it says town manager or designee is how that definition is included. Whenever these cases come up, you always look at the facts and who's involved, what staff members, what are the facts, and town manager's involvement throughout the process coming to that. It's not an absolute bar, but there are circumstances where it's prudent to have someone other than the town manager be the hearing officer. And that's certainly something that the town has done in the past. And so I think what Councilmember Tagliabashi is referring to is the supervisory relationship between the town manager and the person who's initiating code enforcement and then potentially reviewing it. That would be one of several factors that would go into a recommendation to have an outside hearing officer, a designee of the town manager, or the town manager handle it.
So there isn't an explicit conflict, but there may be a condition-specific conflict that could be remedied by the town manager passing that on, but there would not be an obligation by the town manager to do so. Is that accurate?
It's not a hard and fast rule. That's correct.
Okay. Steve?
First, I appreciate Joe's concern, and I'm also going to say that this is a unique situation in a small organization. We have always used an outside hearing officer because any of the department heads, the allegation, if I move it to the public works director, if I move it to the planning and building director, they report directly to me. So the effort that I'm going to share right now is part of the responsibilities under the municipal code is for the town manager to provide for the direction, staffing, and support. We have an amalgamation of some very new thoughts and ideas here, and I do appreciate where Councilmember Tagliabashi is coming. So part of the thought here is that providing that orientation and that ability to create the new culture that is going to have to look at where the cases come from, whether that's the planning and building environment or the public works encroachment. And we're also moving the special event film and amplified sound permit into this. So my hope is that I would spend some time working on this, creating that culture, getting it up and going. I also want to remind everybody the second position that we're adding is going to keep the Deputy Director of HR and Information Technology very busy as we need to implement an internal position and structure. So I'm just offering a little bit of background. I'm very well aware of the environment and trying to balance between those three department issues, if you will. And I'm also going to say that the town attorney's office will also be included because we will be working on developing the notice of violation culture, which we already have, but trying to share. So I appreciate, but I really do think that we need to be looking at, one of the things that you asked me to do is to hire and manage the direction and activity of the employees of the organization. So I would respectfully ask for you to let me do that.
Thank you. Councilmember Mueller.
Well, I just wanted to comment because I was the one during our budget discussions, not to change the subject, who kind of brought this up. And I think it's a great position that we're going to be hiring for. I'm very supportive and glad that it's moving forward. And it's just the way I look at it is much like in my past work experience. It's a code compliance person is a pretty neutral party in themselves, much like I view, quality assurances departments. You don't have them report under, specific functional areas such as, planning, who has codes and they need compliance, and public works and things like that. So when they're in a neutral department, and that's why I threw out, somebody like Julie, HR, because I've seen them there a lot, they can independently do their job in terms of, making sure that whoever needs to be in compliance with the code that's put together by a different functional area, that they can ensure that happens. So that's why I brought that up during the discussion and with our budgets, and I thought that was very useful for us to consider, especially with what Steve said, that this is a quite unique hire we're going to have. Doesn't really fit in with any of the functional areas. It supports them, and it supports them in a way to make sure that whatever codes that need complying, they can even evaluate whether we really have the best codes and work with those functional areas. So that's the background on this discussion, and a lot of my past experiences said commingling this into different areas or going into the CEO, which in my opinion is what Steve is, just makes some of the stuff I've seen fall out problematic later on. So that's why I brought it up and made that suggestion.
Thank you. Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mayor. I hear Councilmember Tagliabashi and Moeller's comments, but I just don't see the conflict of interest with a code enforcement person being initially trained and under the town manager in terms of a chain of command. On an aside, I talked this morning with Director Ferns about our water conservation ordinance we're talking about later. And my guess is that this code enforcement person is going to do a lot of work to support the public works director and staff, the planning staff, and they're going to spend a lot of time with them. But at some point, it just seems to me there needs to be, that person needs to be directed by the town manager. And when it comes to an appeal process, I have all faith that the town manager will do his job as the appeals court and take in the information from the code enforcement person and be fair and judicious. So I see the language as it is acceptable and support what the town manager said.
Thank you. And just a reminder, if I heard it correctly, Steve was mentioning that if there is potential for conflict, we go to an outside party as an option, and he has that flexibility. And let's also remember there are going to be some areas that are not as clearly defined. I'm thinking of solid waste with SB 1383 and the need to monitor compliance by residents in terms of their food waste, and where is that going to fall, and is that going to be part of this code compliance scope of work? So it's not as clear as your traditional planning and building or parking or public works situations, I don't think. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Dunbar. And I was going to refer to town manager having said that we would use an outside arbiter in case of an appeal. So I just was wondering if that could be codified in this and that written to say appeals will be handled by an outside arbiter, and that sort of clears it up to me. Thank you.
I believe the town manager feels that there are not always conditions that require to go to an outside person for appeals. If that's, Steve, is that what you said earlier? I believe that was the case.
Well, I'm also going to take you on a little bit of a history and ask you, how many appeals have you had? Most of this has been resolved by the staff working with the folks. The rare circumstances, we have brought in an outside hearing officer. And I also want to say, in all candor, this is a unique position. We're working on multiple areas that are still going to have to work with the individual departments, bringing the information, working, putting the culture, and then bringing it for action. So all of our departments are going to be involved. And I'm being a little bit concerned because the person needs to get some feedback and direction from somebody that has a little bit of familiarity with those departments, those operations, in addition to just being neutral. Because I'm also concerned that Julie will be tasked with putting together the information technology plan and moving that in-house, which is not without a great, I don't want to say, I mean, that's going to be a considerable effort as well as we move forward with implementing that council direction. So I do think I understand Councilmember Tagliabashi and Councilmember Moeller's concerns, but I would also say when it comes to this, all of the department heads and all of their subordinates ultimately are accountable to the town manager. So from that lineage, generally, I have always moved to an outside arbiter because we don't want that. We generally only move forward with a hearing officer when we have a very clear violation and a person that is not willing to work with us on resolving it. So, I mean, I also think we have to recognize that this person is going to need a little bit of overall support. They need to know where their home base is because they're not going to have a natural home base while we start this position. It's very unique, and they're going to need time with Samantha in Parks and Rec on our permitting process. They're going to need time with yet to be determined. I mean, Councilmember Moeller is our SB, and Joe maybe has some, but 1883 is an evolving aspect. We have encroachment permits. So I'm trying to look at where the balance and how to work on the totality of what's right for our organization size and scale, and trying to address what I think the council is asking us to do, and be providing more support, recognizing that unfortunately, and I say this very much so, unfortunately, some of our population and our residents, we're now seeing more violations that need to be addressed because they're not resolving them.
And I appreciate putting some context to this. I think we're maybe overanalyzing this at this point. It is a new position. There doesn't seem to be any concern about the other position that's being proposed, but this, it makes sense more to me to have the town manager, at least initially, be the oversight manager of this position. It would, I have not heard enough reason to go to a different direction than we typically have gone. Virtually every department is going to be included in this code compliance position, I believe, and we probably have some areas that we're not even sure yet where they're going to be coming from. So I don't think we need to over-engineer it, and there's certainly the ability to modify that if a circumstance presents itself. I do think that the organizational pecking order works in this case, that if we have a compliance officer that needs to go one step up, that it can be the town manager. And if there is a conflict, that we go outside that. And I appreciate the reminder that it's a pretty rare situation. Doesn't mean that it might not become more frequent. We have concerns about our water restrictions and violations. We have restrictions about other things that are happening that don't typically come up. So we can't be sure that it's going to be occasional when people are refusing compliance. But I do feel comfortable with this as it's presented with the reporting lines. Councilmember Moeller, did you have something further?
I couldn't let two people talked about garbage. I couldn't let that go. So just so you know that what we've done on it will be the Upper Valley Waste Management that will actually be out flipping the lids, looking to see if garbage is in there. They do not have any fining legislation that they can enact. So once we get information from them about people being in violation, then how 1383 works, if we delegate that authority to them, then the town will have the authority to fine. So just in case anybody likes understanding garbage nuance, there it is.
We're certainly going to be hearing and seeing a lot of that in the future. It's just in its infancy at this point.
2024 begins. It's education now.
Yes. Eddie, just to double check, any public comment on this item?
We have not received any public comment. Mayor, I do want to make a clarification for the record. The title of the resolution has a small typo in the title that says waste worker, I believe, and it should have been water. Give me 1 second. I'll give you the correct title. Classification of waste systems, it should say water systems. So we are making that correction and updating the resolution right now as we speak.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Any further discussion by council, or is there a motion? Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a real quick, maybe explanation from the town manager. I'm glad we pulled this item because during budget, I remember talking about an information technology systems administrator. I think we used a different term for it then, and a code compliance officer. But please, this also includes some amending job descriptions for utilities operator 1-2, utilities operator in training, utility operations supervisor. Could you just briefly remind me what we've added to this resolution in terms of the changes to those positions?
Thank you, Councilmember Knight. Typically, we periodically review our job descriptions, and we just came out of, if you may recall, a more extended discussions, and there was some changes regarding certification pay and structure in our utility operators, and this is cleaning those up. And then we are now consolidating so that all of our positions in the utility operations will be a operator 1 or a 2. So we're transitioning away from the singular water systems water maintenance worker. Sorry, too many W's in all of these things. So I don't know, Julie, if you want to expand upon that, but really it's cleanup to reflect some of the conversation and agreements in the MOUs. And then during COVID, we got a little bit out of the sequence. Normally, we would review about 25% of our job descriptions every other year just to make sure that they're staying current and are appropriate. So part of that is that cleanup.
And I'm sorry, I apologize. Maybe before Julie speaks, town manager, just to clarify. So in those descriptions, it's just reclassification. Those are not new hires. Those are existing employees.
Right. And actually, what I should point out, that's actually, thank you, Councilmember Knight. Before we can hire any position, there are two things that are required. One, we have to have an approved classification or position description. So that's the first action before you. And then all of our job descriptions, so we're updating some of those that are incumbents. They're already in those positions to reflect. We also have a requirement to establish the salary range, which the council is doing in this resolution. And then also, structurally, we have a meet and confer obligation with our bargaining units. So these are all part of California Labor Code and specifically as it relates to that. So but typically we do this. We've met with our bargaining units to work on cleaning up, because if you may recall, we moved some of the certification pay, brought it into base, and then we're also looking at trying to update and reflect the current industry standards in the utility area. So Julie, I'll let you take it from there.
Yeah, I would just add that, echo what Steve is saying, is just, over time, jobs change, descriptions change, duties change. So really we went into these job descriptions and cleaned up the actual duties that they're doing now. And so the utilities operator series, the operator in training was all grouped in with that. We have separated that out because it's more of a training position. So the two utility operators. So really, it's just a cleanup. There are no new people being hired for those positions except for the information technology and then the code compliance. Those will a recruitment. I'll get going on that fairly soon. But as far as the utility operator and water systems worker, that water systems worker is going away, and they will all be utility operators out there with cleaned and current job descriptions, as well as the maintenance worker 1 and 2 job descriptions are more accurately reflective of what they're doing in today's environment.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bottom line, the only 2 new positions are the 2 that the council asked to be added.
Correct.
During the budget workshop. Okay. Any further discussion? Steve, you're muted. Were you trying to say something?
I don't want to confuse anybody, but we are in a utility operator recruitment for 1 vacancy. So but that is not a new.
Oh, that's not part of this.
That I just want to make sure. So when you see that, but it's
become confusing enough, Steve. We don't need to do that. So, okay, is there a motion to adopt the modified, just the ordinance with the single language typo correction for water systems maintenance worker 1/2? Is there a motion to be had here?
I make a motion to adopt the language as modified.
A second.
Thank you. Motion by Councilmember Tagliabachi, second Councilmember Knight. Roll call vote, please, Eddie.
Councilmember Tagliabachi,
Aye.
Councilmember Knight,
Yes.
Councilmember Mueller,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Doran Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Dunbar.
Yes. Thank you for the thorough discussion. We're trying to set a record for the consent calendar today.
I think we have.
Because I need to pull item 7E related to the Zoning and Design Review Board appointments. One, we have a public comment that needs to be read on this item, but also there was not mentioned in the staff report that I recused myself from the interview process for the ZDRB applicant interviews and I recused from the vote, so I had no role whatsoever in the consideration or scoring or appointment of the ZDRB individuals. So I wanted to make sure that was stated because it wasn't in the staff report. So with that, Eddie, or are there questions about this before I have Eddie read the public comment? Any questions about the ZDRB appointments? Okay. Eddie, could you read the public comment from Mr. Kamer? And also, if you could, because we're going to be doing this for the next item as well, list the, just go ahead. I'm getting into too much detail. If you could please go ahead and read the public comment.
Yes, Mayor. For this one from Larry Kamer, Yamil is extremely fortunate to have qualified candidates like Jerry Henson, who are able to offer their time and energy to the CDRB. Devereux and I have gotten to know Jerry very well over the past few years, and we cannot say enough good things about her values, her commitment, her knowledge of planning and land use issues, and her work ethic. She will make an excellent addition to our already strong CDRB.
Thank you. We do have a little background noise for folks that have their microphones open. If you could check those, please. So was that the only public comment on this item, Eddie?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. If there's no discussion on this item, I'll entertain a motion. I guess we should clarify. We had 3, if I remember, 3 members and 3 positions. Eddie, is that correct?
We did have 3 members for 3 positions. There were actually 4. There were 4 applicants, but one of them was unable to attend because of technological issues, and the person tried to resolve them, but they wasn't able to. So that person had to withdraw his application.
They chose to withdraw the application?
Yes, they said they were not able to attend the meeting at that point, so we had to assume that as withdrawn.
Okay.
And that was during the meeting, during the applicant interviews.
Okay. So is there a motion to appoint the 3 individuals that were interviewed and scored? Since I was Vice Mayor, if you wanted to, since you led that process, if you had any further comment?
I just think that we had ended up with 3 talented new members of the Zoning and Design Review Board. So I was making the motion to approve.
Okay. Well, is there a second to that motion?
I will second.
I'll second. Oh,
So motion, Vice Mayor Dornbecker, second, Councilmember Moeller. Go ahead with the vote, and I'm going to abstain from this vote as well, since I was not part of the process. So Eddie, go ahead.
Vice Mayor Dornbecker,
Yes.
Councilmember Moeller,
Yes.
Councilmember Tagliabashi,
yes.
Councilmember Knight.
Yes.
Thank you. And that is official now, and I know that we have a ZDRB consolidated meeting later this evening, and although the new appointee, Jerry Hansen, has not been sworn in or followed all the official protocols, so there won't be full voting power, if I understand that correctly, Eddie, but the other 2 are incumbents and their terms have not expired, so they'll be participating. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you very much for that item. We're going to move on to the last remaining consent calendar item, item 7F, appointing of 3 individuals to serve on the Yelpfill Arts Commission with the terms of office to commence July 21st and expire of this year and expire July 20th of 2024. And if we could start with a staff report on that, and then is there a question, Councilor Dornbecker? You're muted.
No, I have a statement I'd like to read then.
Okay, we're not there yet. So we have, we'd like to hear a staff report from, if this is coming from Eddie or Samantha.
Yes,
I'm not, okay, go ahead,
It's
Eddie.
fine for me. So on July 14, 2022, the Town Council held applicant interviews for the Yamil Arts Commission as well as Yamil Community Foundation. For this particular item, during the interview, we had 4 applicants. The applicants were, give me 1 second, I apologize for the delay with this one. Sorry, my internet's moving slow, and I don't know what happened to my attachment.
Well, I can tell you, we had Noel Resnick, Rhonda Sheriff,
Okay.
PJ Hudson, and Robin McKee Cant.
Yes, we did. Thank you, Mayor. At the end of the applicant interviews, the council had discussion, and during that discussion, they also ranked the applicants for the positions. In that process, by vote ballot, and I don't know if you would like me to read also how the vote ended up, the ranking system, how it ended up. The selected appointees were Rhonda Scher, Noel Resnick, and PJ Hudson.
Yes, please include the scoring.
Okay, give me 1 second, please.
I have it if you don't.
I do have it right here, Mayor. So the ranking ended up with Robin McKee-Cant receiving 10 points, PJ Hudson receiving 11, Rhonda Scher receiving 13, and Noel Resnick receiving 16.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know if Steve wants to clarify this. This is the standard process that we have followed for all boards and commissions. We have used a ranked point system. We have interviewed candidates, applicants for all our boards and commissions, and especially when there are more people than there are positions, we make sure to have a ranking and then a point total that determines the recommendations for the council's consideration at the next meeting, which would be today. Steve, did you want to elaborate any further?
I was just going to say, Mayor, that that's correct, and this is outlined in the council protocols, which provides the guidance and direction to the selection of town council board members and appointees.
And prior to the voting, during the interview process, what is also standard is council is given a list of questions, very standard questions in most part. They are unique to each board and commission, but they are not unique to each individual applicant. That would be unfair and inappropriate because each applicant should be asked the same question from the same council member so that there is no unfairness or customizing of questions or bias with the questions. And that is a process we have used, I think, the entire time I've been on the council, which is 18 years. There may be a different point system back in the early days, I don't remember, but certainly for at least the last decade, we have followed this process. So anything further, either Steve or Eddie?
I would just say, Mayor, to that point, the evolution is that the current process allows for a seamless vote taking on the part of the council to fill out a form that is generated. But this is a similar process that has been used for, I have to say, I've been going here almost 15 years, and it's a refinement of the process that the councils, and I'm using councils plural prior, that have evolved, and not a significantly different departure by any stretch of the imagination from prior council interviews and processes, and always difficult when there are strong quality applicants, more quality applicants than there are spots.
And I would also just remind folks, because I know there's been some concern about the process and the outcome, that the interviews and the voting were all done by Zoom, electronically. The voting was done electronically and simultaneously, so no council members knew what any other council members were scoring or ranking individuals until the final tally was read off by Eddie. It's a process that we have followed, as I said, for a very long time. With that, I know we have some public comments. Some folks want to speak in person, and some people are going to be will be reading their public comments. But before that, Vice Mayor Dornbecker and Councilmember Knight, your hands are raised.
Thank you. So I thought that members of the council have been aware of how much Robin McKee-Kent has made an impact on the Arts Commission's programming and sponsorship support. Her accomplishments are very meaningful to the town residents because of the music and performing arts having a champion and a professional musician directing and invigorating music as a natural extension of the arts program. With music being added to the gallery openings and adding more music to the art walk, among others, and also formalizing the presentation of music in the park and more, Robin's contributions have been huge. And Robin's colleagues on the commission have reached out to me with real support for her reappointment and enthusiasm and appreciation for how well she works with the other members of the commission. I would like to request that, and I do not mean this as any criticism of PJ Hudson, who's a nice gal, I know her too, but I would like us to bring this back for reconsideration and re-vote on this. I think that there was a mistake made. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not going to comment on that. Councilmember Knight?
Mayor, I'm willing to wait till after the public comment, or if you think it's appropriate, I'll make my statement now, whatever you think is appropriate.
Well, not knowing what your statement is, the Vice Mayor just read a statement. I guess it's time for statements. So go ahead, Councilmember Knight.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor. So I did not support the weighted straw poll recommendation for the Arts Commission appointments. Thinking about this over the weekend more and more, I think there's limitations to the straw poll. Maybe at some point next year when we look at protocols, we can discuss that. But I believe we should not replace a very active and respected incumbent on a volunteer community committee unless there's a known problem. Robin McKee-Cant's invaluable contributions to the Arts Commission mission has been confirmed by her colleagues and many community members. I appreciate PJ's desire to stay involved in Yonville. She was a member of the General Plan TAG Committee, and I encourage her continued involvement, but I believe it's appropriate. The appropriate action now is to support Robin's reappointment. And so at some appropriate time, I'm willing to either make another recommendation or make a substitute motion.
Well, there's been no motion, so it doesn't make sense to do a substitute motion. We're not there yet. So thank you for your statement.
Thank you.
I'm going to invite, since clearly you guys are going in a different direction, I'd like to get a statement from Gary. First of all, no official action has been taken. And what I reminded this council at the end of the scoring and interviews was that those are recommendations that are brought forward for formal action, and the process should be respected. Clearly, it isn't being respected for apparently individual reasons. So, Gary, can you explain, what is the process if council members want either a reconsideration of the scoring because it's not an official action until this meeting? What is the process? And then we're going to go to public comment after that.
Yeah, so with the exception of the ZDRB, all the other commissions and boards, including the Arts Commission, are advisory to the town council. They're created by the town council, the qualifications, their scope of work, it's all created by the town council. So the town council protocols govern how the appointment process to these commissions and boards lays out, and the process that is followed by the town council. So following to approval by a majority.
Sorry, Gary, we lost you for a few seconds there. If you could just repeat your last couple of sentences.
No problem. So following the
So we're having some trouble now, Gary. You're frozen. I'm not sure if you can hear. We're going to have you start all over again, Gary. Need to put your tinfoil hat on or something. We've lost connection up in the Sierra.
Council, which is why it's on the agenda this evening. Nothing is official until we.
Okay, we're going to try that again.
Well, now
we missed. When you're back, we missed everything. So please repeat.
Okay, my apologies. So all of the boards and the commissions are created by the town council. They're all advisory except for the ZDRB. And they all report and have the scope of work that the town council grants to them. The appointment process for these boards and commissions, including the Arts Commission, are governed by the town council protocols. Following your weighted ballot, which the town council has already done, the appointment is subject to confirmation by a majority of the council at a meeting, which is why it's on the agenda this evening. So it is subject to confirmation by a majority of the council in order for it to be official. The appointment has not occurred simply because of the weighted ballot process that has happened. Because those appointments are subject to confirmation by the council, they could also not be confirmed by the council. And so there could be a different action taken, although that would be inconsistent with past policy, but not inconsistent with the protocols. There is a procedure in the protocols that says there may be times when the town council does not appoint an applicant who has applied. In this instance, the council may request a separate vote for each applicant. So there is a process to hold a separate vote for each applicant for the position and not appoint the one who received the highest weighted vote in the previous process. And I hope that all came through.
Yes, it did. And what I want to make sure the public, because there was some challenge to the scoring sheets being available to the public. Of course they are. They always have been. And I know that some members of the public have already received that information. Specifically, it gives how each of the council members ranked each of the applicants, just as the other boards and commissions that we previously approved without incident earlier in the agenda. And so I believe what I'm going to do now is read each of the scores from each council member. So there's no question. Before we hear that any member of the public couldn't find this information, I'm going to make it available to you. So my vote, and this is just listed because it's in the order on this chart, my votes were, so understand this also, so there's no confusion. The numbers are points, not ranking. So the highest vote getter gets 4 points, then 3, then 2, then 1. It's not the ranking, it's the points. I ranked highest Noel Resnick for 4 points, 3 points to Rhonda Scherer, 2 points PJ Hudson, 1 point Robin McKee-Cant. Vice Mayor Dornbecker, 4 points Rhonda Scherer, 3 points Noel Resnick, 2 points Robin McKee-Cant, 1 point PJ Hudson. Councilmember Moeller, 4 points PJ Hudson, 3 votes Noel Resnick, 2 votes Rhonda Scherer, 1 vote Robin McKee-Cant. Councilmember Knight, 4 votes Robin McKee-Cant, 3 votes Rhonda Scherer, 2 votes Noel Resnick, 1 vote PJ Hudson. Councilmember Tagliabashi, 4 votes Noel Resnick, 3 votes PJ Hudson, 2 votes Robin McKee-Cant, 1 vote Rhonda Scherer. And what I would note out of those scores is there are no 2 same rankings. Any of the 5 council members, in no cases were 2 council members in the same sequence. So I find that just mathematical interest. So there's clarity on how each council member voted. As I stated, it was electronic. It was at the same time. Nobody had advantage to know who voted for whom at what ranking. They were all submitted electronically, and the town clerk read the results. Councilmember Knight, your hand is raised.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just have to say that I do respect this process, and I respect people's comments. I also, it was interesting to hear what the town attorney Bell has said, because you can, not to belabor this, but you can look at the straw poll in a different way. 5 members supported one of the incumbents, 4 members supported another incumbent, and then 3 council members supported one incumbent, and 3 council members supported the new applicant. If you look at it in terms of the distribution of the point system, so I am intrigued and interested in this, as town attorney says, is I guess we could take an individual vote for each member of the commission to appoint them, but the straw poll is a good tool, but there are limitations to it. But most importantly, I respect this process, but I just disagreed with the weighted poll recommendation. So thank you.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead and entertain the public comment now. Eddie, if you could start with those that have been submitted, and then for people that are going to be presenting their comments live, we'll go to them after you and staff read the submitted public comment.
Okay, Mayor. So the first public comment received was from Judy Meredith. And she said, I have been on the Yamil Arts Commission for 1 year, and it has been a privilege to serve our town. In my short time on the council, it has been a bit difficult getting oriented with all the policies, programs, and people due to COVID restrictions. I have found our committee to be very proactive and that we all work very well together as a team, encouraging each other and each flourishing in their passions, and in one instance, their profession. Robin Kant has resurrected the Yonville Performing Arts Committee, has received funding for this, and is one of the most active and respected members of the commission, as well as the community. Robin has, among other things, organized, hired, and emceed the Music in the Park series, which has never been more popular. She sang for free the national anthem at the 4th of July celebrations, organized music for each of our gallery openings, as well as each venue for Arts Sip and Stroll. She's our ambassador to next door neighbor. I was frankly shocked that she was not reappointed to the Yamil Arts Committee. Above and beyond all that she has achieved in her short time, she's a cheerleader within the committee as well as the community. She gives endlessly of her time, talents, energy, and enthusiasm to the Yamil Arts Committee, and the goodwill that has been established among the rest of us on the committee is effective. I am, as I feel my fellow commissioners are, very upset to see this disruption. Robin Kant is a powerhouse and greatly respected, admired among her peers.
Okay, Mayor Dunbar, I have an additional comment from Pan Reeves. I have to say, I'm confused by the system that the council has developed to select volunteers for the commissions and board positions. The number system seems entirely subjective, even though the counting of the number scores is meant to look objective. I would much rather have the council discuss the merits of each applicant and really explore their qualifications, past service, and value they bring to the group they will be working with. If we wanted to hire by the numbers, we wouldn't need a council to sit in judgment. And why would the council even waste time with the number game if there are the same number of applicants as there are position openings? Unless there is some glaring problem with an applicant, they should all be approved, and were. This is where the numbers are useless and the discussion is valuable. This system has resulted in the council making a big error in their Arts Commission appointment. Rather than the council discussing the merits, they have used arbitrary numbers to hide a partisan decision. The council's highest priority should be the smooth functioning of the group and the special talents each member brings to the group. The council should have listened when both applicants and community members have said how excellent and effective the current members of the Arts Commission have been. I am disappointed that the council did not acknowledge the chemistry of the current members of the commission and just reappoint the incumbents. I would remind the council of the old but true adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Those are the comments that we'll be reading to the record, Mayor. The rest of the comments would like to be verbally spoken by the different members that submit a comment.
Okay, and I see the attendees' hands are raised. If you want to go ahead, I'll just go ahead and do it, Eddie.
Okay. The first one should be...
I got it.
Okay.
It. First one is Jim McDonald. And each member has up to 3 minutes for their comments.
Okay, am I live?
You are, Jim.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to read my letter into the record, and thank you to those of you who have already responded to it. Mayor and council members, as Vice Chair of the Untitled Arts Commission, I am deeply troubled that you did not reappoint Arts Commissioner Robin McKee Kant. She has been a highly effective commissioner on our marketing and performing arts subcommittees, including hosting the Music in the Park series. Her replacement is an individual who is unknown to commission members and has not, to my knowledge, participated in any of our arts initiatives. Robin, however, is known for her dedication and passion on the commission. It appears as if a flawed list of questions and rating system led to an inappropriate appointment. If the town council continues to take this approach, when screening for boards and commissions, fewer will step up and more residents will be disgruntled with your leadership. Best regards, Jim McDonald, Yonville Arts. And let me also conclude with regard to the rankings, now that I've actually seen them for the Arts Commission, it appears as if there was some favoritism shown by several council members without regard to track record or experience. I want to acknowledge that 2 council members, in my opinion, did appropriately rank the candidates. Those of us who are commissioners are both residents and volunteers. You, as mayor and council members, on the other hand, are elected officials, and lately I would add, politicians. You should always remember that your primary role is to serve us rather than your own self-interests. Thank you.
Next is Jeffrey Lee.
I don't know, Jeff.
You need to
Jeff, you
unmute
can unmute,
yourself.
please.
That good now?
Yes.
As the newest member of the Yonville Arts Commission, I feel discouraged by your decision to appoint a new member to the commission instead of a current active leader within our group. As I look at the council members' ratings for both the Yonville Community Foundation and the Yonville Arts Commission, what stands out is the exaggerated divergence of candidate scoring. 2 things jump out at me. First, I wondered if there were written criteria for ranking candidates or points to candidates, as you point out, agreed upon beforehand. If not, it seems useful to have some so there is less extreme divergence in the way council members rank candidates. If there are criteria, it appears that council members are not in agreement on how they interpret or score such criteria. Both alternatives seem problematic and lead to problems in terms of which candidates are recommended. The other thing that jumps out is that this can easily lead to rank or point manipulation, where one person ranks their favorite person with the highest and the most, and the favorite person of others the lowest, in order, or give them the lowest points in order to push their desired candidate. When 2 out of 5 people agree on who they like best, such manipulation becomes more effective. Finally, and most importantly, it also appears that little weight is placed on what commissioners have accomplished and contributions they've made. It seems you ask people to commit to the improvement of life in Yonville, as in our case, the arts, but you may or may not commit to us and our efforts. I've watched closely the intense contributions and commitments each of these members have made. I feel disappointment that such efforts do not seem to impact the candidate rankings or points. While the town council certainly provides strong financial and staff support, the time and efforts of commission members appear to be a one-way commitment of us to the town and not the reverse. If someone on the Arts Council is not doing their job or not contributing, I would be supportive of moving them out of the group. But in all my professional years, I don't believe I've participated with a group where people raise questions and challenge when appropriate, while also being supportive, cooperative, supportive of each other, and all working hard to contribute to the outcomes of the group. If you want new members on the commission, I understand that, but you could create a more palatable process than asking members after intense work and contributions to reapply and then be rejected without any apparent cause. If the town council is not satisfied with how the Arts Commission is functioning or our productivity, maybe it would be a good time for a candid discussion between the 2 groups. But to reject an active leader creates, for me at least, an atmosphere of discouragement. I believe this is too small a town to create hard feelings, especially if point manipulation is the process used to make such decisions and contributions are ignored. Thank you.
Rhonda Scherer. Rhonda, do you have a microphone on?
Okay. Who's talking? Okay.
Rhonda, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Dear Mayor Dunbar, Vice Mayor Dornbecker, and Council Members Moeller, Knight, and Tagliabashi, I'm writing in response to your recent Yonville Arts Commissioner appointments. While I am honored to be reappointed, I am troubled by the overall outcome. I have always been proud to serve under the leadership of Yonville and have held the town council members in the highest regard. I am deeply saddened and disappointed by your rejection of incumbent Commissioner Robin McGee Kent and by your appointment of a new applicant. Prior to now, this new applicant has not attended any of our Arts Commission meetings or shown any interest in the work that we do. During Robin's term on the commission, she created a viable performing arts subcommittee and worked hard bringing new musical importance to our events and receptions, including Art Sip and Stroll and Music in the Park. You confidently approved our FY22-23 budget, adding a specific budget for performing arts. And now with your rejection of Robin, the very program you approved a budget for is eliminated. This makes no sense to me. I've seen your voting outcome, and I am deeply disappointed by the obvious number games your votes reflect. 2 council members clearly had prearranged votes reflecting favoritism over merit. One of these 2 council members has attended our Yelpfill Arts events and programs, and in particular, those that were under my leadership, such as the recent legacy of Sally and Don Schmidt. I regret but accept her opinion of my service as a 2, while the new applicant received a 4. The second council member has, to my knowledge, never attended any of our Yonville Arts Commission events or taken any interest in either our work or our meetings. I understand if a council member is not interested in the arts, but it is your responsibility to our community to be informed and vote responsibly. You voted me a 1 while voting the new applicant 3. An obvious number game is reflected in the final outcome and so unworthy of a leader of our town. My feelings are not hurt by either of you. I am, however, disappointed in you and your lack of leadership. Respectfully, Ron Schiff.
Kimberly Cook.
Yes, hello. Town council, mayor, staff, and to the public watching. As a founding member of the Arts Commission and a 13-year working member of that commission, I find it very disturbing to hear that a valuable, vibrant, and talented member of the current commission, Robin McKee Kent, was not supported by the council in her e-application, and instead the council chose a complete unknown to replace her. Of course, a reappointment is never guaranteed, and members need to reapply and be interviewed. But when there are no complaints, no issues, and no problems, welcoming the sitting member back into the commission to continue their work is always the respectful protocol. In a case where a sitting member of a board or a commission is not reseated, there should be some explanation of why, not just a number. It does not have to be made public, but it should be recorded so as not to allow any hidden agendas by elected officials. The Arts Commission has always been referred to as a hands-on board. Maybe that term has been used with too much ease. Unlike other boards that make decisions based on the choices put before them by staff, the Art Commission actually creates the projects, takes the ideas from conception to development, all the way through to implementation. The members of the Art Commission do the work, and Robin was no exception. Robin brought that enthusiasm 110%, bringing a new vitality to town events. She deserves to continue her generous work for the residents of Yonville. I want to recognize her here in public for her sake, for the heart and soul that she put into her job. For the sake of the Arts Commission, I want to recognize the upheaval, sadness, and pain that this has brought to everyone involved. I'm also choosing to voice my concerns over what was really at play here behind the scenes because it all makes no sense. Thank you.
Okay, I'll speak to the false accusations of what some of you seem to think was some kind of coordinated outcome. It's emphatically incorrect. and it's unfortunate that you've chosen to express yourselves that way, but I understand. I believe Cynthia Caption, I was told that you can't raise your hand, but you have an interest in commenting. Is that correct? Go ahead. Now I see your hand raised.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to just read some excerpts of my letter because I don't want to go over 3 minutes. So hello, Mayor, council members. I'm Cynthia Caption, the chair of the Yonville Arts Commission, and it's been my pleasure and privilege to serve the town. As a result of the council's vote last week to not reappoint our performing arts chair, I've had many conversations, hours of reflection, and I'm trying my best to provide leadership to a commission that is shaken. I understand that we serve at the will of the council and must be reappointed to continue our volunteer duties. What I don't understand is how the council could gut our performing arts committee. In the last budget, this committee was specifically funded. We would never have requested that funding if we didn't have the leadership to guide it. Due to the leadership and initiative shown by Robin McKee-Kent, the performing arts was monetarily supported by the council, and then shortly afterward, the council did not reappoint the person who is actually in charge of the committee, and the only professional artist on the arts committee. I'm not opposed to having new members on the committee. Of course, we've all been new members on the committee at some point, and public service is inclusive and should be welcoming. It's the disconnect that I'm struggling with. I thought that the candidates, new and incumbent, would be judged on their merits, work ethic, leadership, commitment, participation, and vision for the future. But I was wrong. The candidates were not ranked in terms of merit. And speaking of merit, Robin McKee-Kent started with the commission during the pandemic. She quickly volunteered on difficult projects, especially during the pandemic, for marketing, social media, art sip and stroll, and she was immediately impactful. Then above and beyond that, she resurrected the Performing Arts Committee. She's the only professional artist that is on the Arts Commission. She has expanded the involvement of residents by welcoming many advisory members to her home to involve more people in art sip and stroll, music in the park, band selections. Robin has connected us with many new performing artists and even fundraised independently to help with the cost of music in the park. She's made a unique contribution to our commission. Lastly, I'm happy to provide any more information that the council may desire. Going forward, my hope is that the selection criteria for the candidate is more transparent, inclusive, and merit-based. Thank you.
Thank you. Eddie, do we have any, I don't see any other hands, any additional public comment? Eddie, you're muted.
We do not have any other public comment, Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Tagliabashi, I see your hand is raised.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the passion and the applicants who applied and their commitment to continue the arts program here in town. It definitely adds to the beauty and charm of the town. I will say for my own vote, I've interviewed hundreds of people in my public agency life. That's not an exaggeration. I've been trained by HR professionals to understand how the application and interview process should go. My short tenure on the council, we have conducted several interviews. I applied those same practices and principles to that interview process. In the other interviews, as you have heard tonight, when somebody was not there, we didn't consider that applicant. For this particular group of people, the applicant who was not able to attend was considered. That was, to me, outside of policy and past practice. In my experience here, both as a staff member of town and now as a council member. That seemed to be fine with the other council members, so I rated that was affected in my rating. I interviewed solely on, I rated the interviews and applicants solely on their interview. So my numbers reflected how the interviewees and applicants did during that process, and that's what I based it on. I don't think it's fair to base it on if I knew someone or didn't know someone, because if I'm not familiar with them, maybe they're bringing something to the group that I'm unfamiliar with. And with each applicant being before me, we have only what they say before us and how they present themselves to judge them. I take exception that it was fixed. This sounds a lot like what's going on in our national conversation. It's unfortunate. It's not fair. I will say that leaders stand up and take tough votes, and I guess tonight that's what I'm going to do. So I'm ready to make a motion when we're ready, Mayor Dunbar.
Yeah, I don't think we're there yet. I want to hear from other council members. I appreciate that. Council members, who else would like to comment at this time? I think what you're hearing is the public would like to hear rationale behind rankings, and so I'll ask if you would be willing to share that. Councilmember Mueller.
Yes, thank you for the floor, Mayor. So I have also been on the council quite a while, and I've been in many of these interview sessions, and specifically for the Art Council. This is not the first time that an incumbent hasn't been reappointed. We have never sat around and discussed exactly how we're going to rank everybody and how we view everybody and what decisions we're going to make. We have a very transparent process. I've also done a lot of reflection on, should the public be involved in this process? And it seems fair to me the way that we do it, because then another candidate won't benefit if a different candidate went before them to hear all their answers. So yes, we should always do everything in public, but we also have to be fair to everybody that comes in. That's why I bet the mayor's going to tell us how we all tell everybody how we select our questions ahead of time. And we each you have elected 5 council members. We each are representing this whole town, but we're different individuals and we see things differently. That's what makes the council such a great democratic process. So when we interview people, we all bring a different view to the table, and I would think that would be something that you would appreciate rather than not appreciate. So according to my vote, I read all the applications and, took notes. And then I listened to all of the interviews. And in this particular case, we had 4 good candidates, qualified candidates for 3 positions. I voted PJ Hudson first. I've never met her before, but I have interviewed her a couple times, both for our general plan and now for the Art Commission. I was very, very impressed. Therefore, I rated her number 1. But more importantly, the biggest struggle I had, and I had lots of discussion with the other council members, and we had some staff in there before we cast our vote. I wanted to find a way to bring them all in. So the way I had lots of discussion, well, if Robin is way that she would be precluded from doing them, and there wasn't. So, and also her interview did not strike me and her application similar to some other ones. So I felt, even though by ranking her last, which I did, that she could still participate and contribute in the way that she has shown so much enthusiasm to do in the past. There's nothing that precludes her from that, and I would hope that she would do that. She might not have a vote on the Art Commission, but you guys can all talk to each other. You don't perform legislative acts. So you are not bound by the Brown Act like we are. And that's why we can't talk to anybody, when we're deliberating and voting, unless it's in an open public process. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Knight, additional comments and explanation for your scoring philosophy.
Mayor, as I said earlier, I don't believe that we should replace a very active, respected, and very productive volunteer on a community committee commission unless there's a known problem. And what we talked about that evening, and what that Vice Mayor Dorian Becker reminded us, is that Robin McKee-Kant has provided significant and invaluable contribution to the Arts Commission, and the letters and comments we've received have reiterated that. And so this is not a personal, I'm not saying that PJ Hudson wouldn't someday make a good member. As Council Member Moeller mentioned, there was staff there, and Director Holland said there will be appointments in a year, and there may be open seats in a year. So PJ could very well get involved, learn the process, and then apply for the Arts Commission again next year if there's an open seat. So I don't support the weighted straw poll recommendation. I guess I'm waiting maybe to hear your comments, Mayor. Otherwise, I'm willing to make another recommendation or what may be a substitute motion if that's the case. So
we're not there yet. Vice Mayor, any additional comments?
Yes, thank you. So it is antithetical to the Arts Commission to remove someone who gets along so well that all of the other commissioners came out to speak. And also the programs that she's done and continues to do, and the fact that she's raised funding as well. I mean, and she's the only artist, professional artist on the Arts Council. All of that, PJ Hudson is a nice woman, but she has no background in the arts. And, there are other commissions that she might be interested in performing with, to join and contribute in that way. And it's no criticism of her that I'm saying this. I'm just saying we had an outstanding candidate, one of the best we've ever had, who has really brought a great attitude and great participation with the council commissioners. So I just think why would other people want to give of their time and join a commission or a council or the leadership of town when they can see that there's so little appreciation for someone who has served us so well? I just think it was a mistake, and I was hoping that we could rectify that mistake tonight. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just looking back at the scoring. I find it interesting, your comments, Vice Mayor, given that you ranked her third of the three incumbents. And I think that's telling about.
Well, I would like to.
No, hold on. I've allowed you to speak, and it's my turn right now.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm just reading the numbers as they were presented. What I was going to say before you interrupted me is that this explains how close this vote was. But as I said earlier on in this discussion, all 5 council members have a different priority order. That's how close this was. There is no clear distinction about who is the highest vote getter and who is the lowest. The bottom 2, if you want to call them that, were 1 point difference, and that was between PJ and Robin. So it was a very close vote. I vehemently push back and do not appreciate the accusations of score fixing or premeditation of the outcome.
I didn't say any of that.
I'm not talking about you, Vice Mayor.
Oh.
You didn't say that. There are others that have made those public comments. This is not addressing you, Vice Mayor. This is addressing everyone.
I thought you were.
No, and you can turn your microphone off, please, so that there is an additional background. So I will explain how I came to my ranking. I know all four of the candidates, and I was very impressed and compelled by PJ Hudson's interview. I know her not well, but on a personal, social level, I do know her, and I've been impressed with her for a number of years as she's been a part of this community. I've clearly known Rhonda and Noel the longest of the four, and I know Robin recently of the last few years. I struggled. It was interesting to hear Councilmember Tagliabashi bring up the issue of when Rhonda Shearer was unable to participate in the interview. That has disqualified other candidates before. When I saw that was a unique circumstance, it was explained to us that there was a medical reason for her inability to participate. So I respected that, and I accepted her written statement as her interview. That's my process. That's not the way Councilmember Tagliabashi or potentially other candidates or council members saw that. That is their process, and they have every right to feel that way. I then looked at Rhonda, Noel, and Robin, and I thought, which of these three incumbents do I feel is the most important in this role? And as you can see in my ranking, I felt that Noel, who gave an excellent interview and has been very active, not only on the Arts Commission, but in many other ways in the community, I ranked her highest. I was most impressed. Even if I was only using the interview as an example, I was very compelled by her. I felt PJ's interview was the best of all four, but I chose to weigh the value of incumbency, and so I ranked Noel highest, Rhonda second highest, even given the unique circumstance, and then it was left to decide between PJ and Robin. Because I felt that PJ was the best candidate in the interviews, I felt compelled to give her the 2 points and Robin the 1 point. What I want to make very clear is this is not a statement about Robin's work, her dedication, her commitment to the community, the Arts Commission. And I don't appreciate those that are trying to present that any of the council members, because of our decision-making, have not taken into appreciation all of the Arts Commission's members' contributions. But in particular, we're talking about Robin's. And this is not testimony about her not doing a good job. It is a testimony about welcoming another member of our community who earned it, frankly. There have been jobs, I'm sure, many of us have applied for, knowing that we're qualified, maybe even having done the job before, and aren't hired because of other reasons. And we feel dissatisfied, we feel unfair. But was it really? This is the same process we've used for every member of the Arts Commission, other than I think Rhonda, because Rhonda and maybe Kim were there before we even had an Arts Commission. And so we weren't voting then. But every board and commission that we appoint has followed this process. Many of the people that have spoken against this process have gone through that same process and have been appointed because of that process. And so I'm frustrated that our integrity has been called into question, because I know for a fact that that is not the case. I know that none of us would ever undermine this process for personal self-interest. We are in a role, a leadership role, to do what we feel is best for our entire community. And in this case, this is the outcome. It was a fair, and it has been an established process. It was a very close vote. if any one of the council members had adjusted their ranking, the outcome would have been different. That's how close it was. So I'm going to stand with my vote, and will eventually entertain motions about this appointment process. I don't feel that we should be moving on individuals, because then that's not fair to the final two if it comes down to two people. This has been a ranking system that all four of the applicants are related to each other. And so I'm not going to support individual votes for individual people. Once one person has been accepted, there's no going back. And if somebody doesn't like the outcome of another vote, they may want to reconsider that. So that's why not only did we go through this process, because it was so close, and you could tell that we had 4 qualified candidates, I asked for discussion from the council. We do that periodically, especially when we have more candidates than we have positions. So there is an opportunity for the council to discuss and consider each other's comments. And we did that. And this is the outcome. So I'm prepared to accept this outcome. It was fair, it was appropriate, it was reasonable. I realize some people disagree with the outcome, but it was not the process, just the outcome that you can be disappointed in. Process is fair, and it is inclusive. Each council member selected his or her own question. The only requirement is that that question be asked of each of the candidates. And that's the process we've always followed. So that's my explanation for my ranking. So I see Councilmember Knight, your hand is raised.
Thank you, Mayor Dunbar. So maybe a couple questions of clarification, and maybe the town attorney could help us with this. So I, you know, as I said in my earlier statement, I was willing to make a substitute motion, but I don't, you know, it's not productive to do something when I've heard all the comments from council. But 2 questions. One, so the weighted straw poll is a vote. Is there a end time for that straw poll? Or in theory, could a council member change their vote on that straw poll after the fact? And that's for the town attorney. And then second, I heard, Mary, your comments about not voting individually, but I just was hoping for an opportunity to support at least 2 of the 3 incumbents that I supported on the straw poll. And that's why I was intrigued by the town attorney's comments that we could do an individual vote for individual members. But so my question's about changing votes on the straw poll, or 2, whether there's support from council to do an individual vote.
So I would just caution before we hear from the town attorney that changing the straw poll and then having individual votes, I think, is unfair and inappropriate. While it may be permissible to change the process at this stage, I will not support, I'll tell you that. But Gary, you can explain that because we have not taken formal action, is there even the ability for a reconsideration by any council member? Is that, and if so, does that require a motion for that to happen, and would it require a majority vote for even a reconsideration?
There's not a process in section 8.3.2 of the town council protocols, which governs appointments to these boards and commissions, for reconsidering the straw vote poll that was taken. There's a process later on, which is the confirmation on the agenda this evening, and then also, if a majority of council members approve, taking individual votes on the candidates.
Thank you.
So that individual voting of candidates isn't in place at this time, is that what you just said?
Correct. The protocols say if the council may request a separate vote for each applicant. Since the council can act through 3, it would be a majority of the council that would need to want to take individual votes.
It seems to me, again, based on the considerations and the comments of the council, that there are members of the council that may be willing to reconsider their votes, and there are members that are not willing to reconsider their votes. So I mean, we can certainly go through that process if it is in fact appropriate and see what happens. But there's no guarantee things will change, but we could certainly do that if it's appropriate. Councilmember Tagliabashi, I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt your deliberation, Mayor, and your conversation with the town attorney. I am ready to make a motion or when it's appropriate.
So just before we do that, Gary, let's just be clear on what is permitted and what's not permitted. Is it permitted to? I believe what you just said is it is not. Tell me what you said again. I was going to say it with too many negatives involved, so you say it better.
Well, there isn't a process in place for changing the straw poll that's already occurred. There's two reasons for that. The protocol doesn't speak to changing that straw poll, doesn't have a process for doing that. And also there wasn't a vote of the council taken. Typically, if the council votes to take action on a resolution or an ordinance or makes a motion, you can reconsider that action with a motion to reconsider, subject to the rules in the protocols for doing so. But because these were individual straw polls, the motion to reconsider really isn't there because you don't have a council action to reconsider. So there isn't a process to do it that I'm aware of in the protocols. There is a process going forward, which is the confirmation, which is what's on the agenda this evening. And also, if a majority of council members would like, individual votes on the applicants.
Mayor, I'm willing to make a motion.
Councilmember Tagliabashi had already proposed a motion, and I was asking for clarification. So he has the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I make a motion to appoint the 3 individuals to serve on the Yonville Arts Commission with the terms of office to commence July 21, 2022 and expire July 20, 2024, as we voted on earlier this week.
I'll second that motion.
Motion, Councilmember Tagliabashi, second, Councilmember Moeller. Councilmember Knight, you had expressed.
Yes, so Mayor, I guess thank you. So I understand. I'm not going to make a motion to change the recommendation, but it appears to me I have an opportunity now to make a substitute motion for the council to make an individual vote on each member, because I would like to at least support the 2 members that I supported in the straw poll. So my motion would be to make individual votes on each member that will be appointed to the Arts Commission.
And Gary, so thank you. Gary, can you confirm that that's appropriate?
That is, yes. If there's
I'll second that.
Then that motion is taken first, yeah.
Yeah, so the substitute motion has to be acted upon first. And so we're not voting on people, we're voting on the process to vote on people. So the substitute motion is to take each individual appointment separately. Motion by Councilmember Knight, seconded by Vice Mayor Dornbecker. Because the substitute motion has priority over the initial motion, we will entertain the substitute motion first. So Eddie, would you please, hold on just a second. Now that we have motions, I see that there are 2 hands raised. Gary, is it appropriate to continue with public comment on this? It's not a public hearing, so we didn't really open and close public comment, or you tell me.
If the council would like to have additional public comment, you may.
Okay, so before we go to that vote, the first hand I see up is Rhonda Scheer.
I did not put my hand up. I have my hand lowered.
It is still up on here, but now it's down. Okay.
All right, sorry.
Now, Mark Padone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So I've been on a number of arts commissions in the past in counties and cities, and this is the first time I've seen a city council or supervisor type council to have to take a vote on members. It's usually done, in my experience of being on those councils, on those arts councils, I never needed to get the city council or the county supervisors to vote me in. So that's just my first observation. The next comment would be, is it possible for you as a group to expand the art council to more members? Why, when there's always a need to get more qualified volunteers to help through all kinds of activities and processes in any town or municipality, can you just add another seat and just say, we approve everyone?
So I'll let Gary explain the legalities. Our Arts Commission is a formal commission that is part of the town. You may be referring to a situation where it is different. I don't know. But our Arts Commission is appointed by the council. They are sworn in and serve on behalf of the town. We have set specific numbers of seats as well as criteria for qualifications. For example, being a resident or having a substantial local interest, business or otherwise, in Yamil. So those are requirements. There are others, age and anyway. So Gary, could you maybe just speak to why the council has voting authority on this commission?
Yeah, the Arts Commission is created by town council. There needs to be some appointing body. In this case, that's the town council, which is why the town council is making the appointment. On the separate question on increasing the number of persons, yes, using the same process the town council used to create it, could amend it and increase the numbers. That could not be done at tonight's meeting, though. It would need to be agendized at a future meeting for council consideration.
And I will add some historical perspective. The Arts Commission was initially at a point in time 5 members, and the council has expanded it to 7 members, including the creation of the arts, the component for an out-of-town arts related. So that is something that could be looked at, but I would also agree with the town attorney that couldn't be done at this point in time because there's a formal process to adjust the size of the Arts Commission if that was the council's prerogative.
And I also want to remind everyone that's listening here, there is no requirement to be on the Arts Commission to participate in the arts in Yonville. It is a volunteer position to be on the commission. Any member of the public can participate and be involved. And now, Gary, correct me, I don't want to misrepresent this. Can non-commissioners be in charge of individual projects or even, I'll say, chair a project, or do you have to be a commission member to so-called chair something?
So it will depend on the resolution creating the Arts Commission and how the Arts Commission governs its practice and its duties, so that it might be a question for Bentha or perhaps another staff member who could answer that. So I would need to go back and look at that resolution. If another staff member...
I can plug in for that. So their bylaws do currently have the ability for the commission to welcome in other volunteers that would be seen as advisory. And it doesn't stipulate that person could or could not be in charge of a subcommittee.
What the restriction would be is that they would not have voting authority on anything that was specific to the commission's vote, correct, Samantha?
Exactly.
Right. So they could fundraise, they could run a program, they could participate in every other capacity. The only difference would be a voting authority. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Kimberly Cook, your hand is up.
Yes, 2 quick things. One, I would just say I believe my feeling it is inconceivable to only look at an interview and not look at a person's resume. And the second thing is, with all due respect, I believe Member Knight asked several times to make a motion long before Member Tagliabashi did. Now, thank you.
Member Knight's motion is being heard first, so I'm not sure that that's still relevant, but it was also not appropriate to ask for a motion at the beginning of the discussion, and so that was why I denied that. It was appropriate at the end when Councilmember Tagliabashi had raised his hand and offered a motion. It is irrelevant because Councilmember Knight's motion is what we're about to vote on. So with, I see no other public comment, so now Cynthia Caption, and this will be the last public comment before we take action.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to, oh God, this has just been extremely stressful for all of us because, it's not simply how you interview, but it is the work that we have done and do. And, I just think that you need to, and I thought honestly that you looked at our agenda, our minutes, our programs, the blood, sweat, and tears that we do day to day to day to day. And it's just down the road, I was, I'm just wondering how should the chair and vice chair be involved in submitting a report so you get background on the person, so you know what this person is doing. Just looking at an interview and making a decision it isn't fair. It isn't fair for somebody that doesn't interview well. And as you can tell, I'm probably not interviewing well right here, right? So anyhow, that's really all I wanted to say. I think that the criteria needs to be looked at. People need to be judged by the work that they have done, the passion they have, and their vision for the future. Incumbent, new person, doesn't matter. We welcome everybody, but look at the work. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'll just direct staff to consider going forward. This is not just for this commission; it's for all our boards and commissions as we go forward in the future interview and application process. To consider having a chair of whichever board and commission that is, to sit in as we have staff sit in and provide feedback. There'll be no voting authority for that position, but there's also the ability, and was in this case, to have any member of the public submit letters of support or comments of support, emails, otherwise, ahead of the interviews. And that opportunity has always been there. And so I just remind folks of that. So we have a motion on the table, on the floor, wherever it is. Councilmember Knight, his motion, Vice Mayor has seconded to take individual votes. It's not the votes themselves, it's for the process of individual votes. So Eddie, would you please have a roll call vote?
Yes. Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dornbecker?
Yes.
Councilmember Tagliabashi?
No.
Councilmember Mueller?
No.
Mayor Dunbar?
I'll say yes. So that gets us to, we have so Gary, help me out here. We still have, so because we acted on that motion, we don't go back to the original motion to take all three as presented. So now we're going to go to individual candidate votes, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's why we responded to Councilmember Knight's motion first. Is there a motion? And I'm going to go just in the order of the vote tally. Is there a motion to appoint Noel Resnick?
I move appointment of Noel Resnick to the Arts Commission.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Knight, second Vice Mayor Dornbecker. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dornbecker?
Yes.
Councilmember Tagliabashi?
Yes.
Councilmember Mueller?
Yes.
Mayor Dunbar.
Yes. Next, I'll entertain a motion to appoint Rhonda Scherer to the Yonville Arts Commission. Yeah.
I make that motion that we appoint Rhonda Scherer to the Arts Commission. Is there a second?
Vice Mayor, I'll take care of asking for a second. So was there a second? I couldn't hear.
I'll second, Mayor.
All right. Motion by the Vice Mayor, second, Councilmember Knight. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Dornbecker,
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Knight,
Yes.
Councilmember Takabashi,
No.
Councilmember Moeller,
Yes.
Mayor Dunbar.
Yes. Next, I'll entertain a motion to appoint PJ Hudson to the Arts Commission.
I'll make that motion that we appoint PJ Hudson to the Art Commission.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion, Councilmember Moeller, second, Councilmember Tagliabashi. Roll call, please, Eddie.
Mayor, just for clarification, I thought I heard Councilmember Mueller said reappointment. It will be the appointment. Am I correct?
Yes, appointment.
Correct.
Councilmember Mueller,
Yes.
Councilmember Takabashi,
Yes.
Councilmember Knight,
No.
Vice Mayor Dornbecker,
No.
Mayor Dunbar.
Yes. So that passes 3-2. So those fill our appointment openings for the Yamil Arts Commission. I just want to reiterate that this is what's difficult when we have more qualified candidates than we have positions. And we certainly will continue to talk about how we can have the process be the most effective process. I don't believe that it's broken. Can it be tweaked and improved? Maybe. But it's worked for us for many, many years. And so we're always going to be open to look and evaluate. But I also encourage all of the candidates, including Robin, because this is, again, a circumstance where this does not mean that her talents and work are not appreciated. It's just, this is the way the voting went. And sometimes, for a variety of reasons, the outcomes come out this way. So we're going to move on now. That was item 7F. That was our consent calendar.
It is a record.
But it was something that we had to do. So
Yep, agreed.
I think we have 6 public hearings coming up. They may be short. Do we anticipate, because we're going to take a break before we have the ZDRB join us, what is the anticipation of these public hearings?
Yeah, Mayor, Council, I am going to recommend that since we did say this was a 5 p.m. schedule, that you move to the joint meeting. We'll conclude the joint ZDRB council meeting and then resume the public hearing process at that point in time, and then conclude with the administrative and staff informational items.
Okay, given that, I'm still going to suggest we take a 5-minute comfort break. Please, no more than 5 minutes. We do have the ZDRB members having joined us, but the rest of us have been here for 3.5 hours, or 2.5 hours. So no more than 5 minutes, and we'll reconvene in just a moment. If you're on, please turn off your microphone and your camera, and be back at 5:29 or sooner. Thank you.
Hi, Margie. Your microphone is still on, Margie.
Barely made my own deadline. So Eddie, if you could just confirm that we have all ZDRB members. Actually, I guess we need, it's not in the agenda, but I believe, do we need to take roll call and confirm all ZDRB members are present?
Mayor, my understanding, and
deadline.
my apologies, I had this on. My understanding, and Gary can confirm, it's not a joint meeting per se. I don't think there's action taken, so I don't know if roll call is needed, but I would like Gary to confirm that before.
And it being a majority of the ZDRB present, I want to make sure we're following the right protocol.
Yes, town council is. ZDRB can always attend a meeting of the town council. There's a separate requirements if the ZDRB were taking action this evening, but as I understand it, it's comments. And they are allowed to provide comments as part of the regularly scheduled agenda. So a separate roll call is not required.
Okay. But I believe we have all members of the ZDRB. I can't see everybody, but I believe we have them all here. So thank you all for joining. I am going to jump down to this part of the agenda. First, I want to acknowledge, as we did earlier, the formal reappointments of Kimberly Cook and Michael Zagorczyk, and welcome a new ZDRB member, Jerry Hansen. So with that, let's see, I don't remember who is starting off item 11A. Is that Kirsty?
That would be Kirsty, yes.
I am in contact with member Cook. She is just waiting for a new invite. So
I need her right now as a panelist, so she should come in any second.
And I echo Mayor's welcome and farewell to Vice Mayor, our Vice Chair, Jordan. It's been a pleasure working with you. And again, as what Eddie just described, tonight is not a public hearing, it is a public meeting. And we have, for those of you who don't know, I'm Kirsty Shelton, Planning and Building Director, and we're here tonight with great pleasure to present a draft housing element. For some background, the housing element is one element of the general plan. Unlike other elements of the general plan, the housing element is required to be updated every 8 years. The last housing element for Yonville was adopted in 2014 and covered the periods from 2015 to 2023. This next cycle will cover the years 2023 to 2023 to 20, I didn't do the math right, 8 years. So that would be 2031. After a lot of preparation, we were pleased to be here. We're going to present a summary. This has been a very public process. We developed a custom website, advertised in the Yelpfill Sun, multiple press releases, presented before the town council twice, held 3 ad hoc meetings, 2 community workshops, a focus group meeting, and individual stakeholder meetings. This public review draft was guided by the public and the council, was recently released July 8th, and will be receiving comments for 30 days until August 8th. The public review draft is attached to this agenda, available for viewing online on the Town of Yonville website. In addition, there's hard copies at the local library and at the town hall. And if anybody's interested, they can reach out and we'll be happy to get that for you. Again, public comments are continued and invited and encouraged. The comment period will be open again until August 8th. Along with tonight, if those of you are on Zoom, you're interested in making a public comment tonight, we will make it into the record. And once the mayor opens the public comment feature, you can raise your hand icon and the town clerk will invite your public comment. Furthermore, public comments are invited by email to publiccomment@Yville. Again, this is not a public hearing. There is no formal adoption. This is a public meeting to listen to comments from the council, the ZDRB, and the public. After the conclusion of the the upcoming public comment period, we will take all those comments into consideration, amend the draft housing element, which will be ultimately submitted to the Housing and Community Development Department of the state. And the staff and consultants will then respond to the HCD comments, kind of a back and forth process, and then we'll ultimately prepare a final draft, which will include a public hearing before both the ZDRB and council, most likely the very beginning of 2023. It's been a great pleasure to work with PlaceWorks and to prepare this draft housing element. And with that, I would like to introduce Jennifer Gastelum and Nicole West with PlaceWorks, who's going to present a summary of the ultimate document.
Great, thanks, Kirsty. Good evening, Jennifer Gastelum with PlaceWorks. I'm going to share my screen, and my colleague Nicole West and I are going to tag team a presentation for you. So give me 1 second here. Okay, so Kirsty did a great job of giving you an overview. We are going to kind of mimic some of the things that Kirsty previously said, get in a little bit more information about the housing element, the outreach that was done, and the regional housing needs allocation and how we are identifying enough sites to meet the town's RHNA, and then get into a little bit more information on the new requirements regarding fair housing section that is included in the housing element, as well as some changes that were made to the housing element programs, and then the schedule from here on out. So the housing element is one of the 8 mandatory elements of the general plan, and it is heavily regulated in terms of what is included. The content that is included in the document is all uniform from the state. And it is also very unique in the fact that we do go through a review with the state Housing and Community Development Department. We refer to them as HCD. So we submit the draft with your authorization. We submit the draft to the state for an initial 90-day review. And at the end of that 90-day review, we'll receive a letter with comments. We will work with them to address comments and then subsequently bring the document back for adoption. And then it will go to another 60-day certification review process. We are currently in the 5th cycle housing element, which does take us through January 31st, 2023. That's why, because we're doing the rounds of review with the state HCD department, that's why you're looking at it now, and then will be submitted off to wait for those 90 days. Excuse me. And the 6th cycle housing element is an 8-year time frame, as Kirsty mentioned, and starts on the 2020, goes through 2031. The housing element does include quite a bit of content from the 200 plus page document that you have looked at. The needs assessment does include a lot of census information, as well as housing needs and special needs groups, and the new fair housing section that Nicole's going to talk a little bit more about. Excuse me. Then there is a constraint section. We have to identify how much it costs to build a house and what any of the planning process is to actually get that house built. And then we go through the very, very detailed resources. Excuse me 1 minute.
If we were in person, we'd have a bunch of our staff members rushing over to get water, but you're on your own.
Thank you. Nicole, can you take over for me?
Yes,
thank you.
I can. So were we talking about resources and site inventory? I think that's where we were. So we look at land resources that are available to meet the regional housing needs allocation, as well as other potential housing opportunity sites. We also look at the financial and administrative resources that are available to assist with the development or the rehabilitation of housing. And this also includes looking at potential for new accessory dwelling units, as well as mobile homes. And then we move on to 2 really important parts of the housing element, and that is the review of the programs that were in the previous housing element, We have to look at each one and report on the actions that were taken during the planning period to implement each program. And then we look at how appropriate each program is for carrying through to the next cycle. And then that's where we identify what programs the town will implement over the course of the 6th cycle housing element period. Next slide, please. So as Kirsty mentioned, we've been doing a lot of public outreach so far. We had stakeholder consultations. Those are with organizations that represent some of the town's most vulnerable populations, organizations that provide services to those with disabilities or experiencing homelessness, and other organizations that just have their finger on the pulse of the housing needs of the community in the region. So we did several consultations. We also came before you previously at a town council meeting, 2 different town council meetings. We had a series of ad hoc committee meetings. We had 2 community workshops, as well as a focus group meeting with large employers, because we are definitely hearing loud and clear, and you'll see this theme again in the presentation, that there are a lot of people employed in Yonville that have difficulty finding housing that they can afford there. And then we're here with you this evening at the joint ZDRB and town council meeting. And then, as Kirsty mentioned, we've got the custom website and monthly newsletters through the water bill, advertisements, and press releases. And we'll continue to reach out to the public as we go through this process. So let's talk a little bit more about the regional housing needs allocation. This comes down from the state. They make a determination, and a lot of this is based on where projected jobs are, where transit availability is, and then those needs get carried through to each region of governments. And so the Association of Bay Area Governments, ABAG, they received an allocation of 441,176 units. They went through their own methodology to determine how many each city and county should get for the 6th cycle. And this is a big increase compared with the 5th cycle. The 4th cycle had a bigger number. As the economy has kind of gone through different cycles of recession and boom, things get adjusted. And as you know, right now, housing is a big kind of statewide initiative. Next slide, please. Okay, so as we mentioned, it's a state required process. It seeks to make sure that all local jurisdictions are planning for housing to accommodate all different income levels. And it's not a mandate to construct homes. It just means that we have to go through and make sure that there are adequate sites where, if developers are ready to come in and build housing, there would be appropriate zoning to make sure that housing for all different income levels can be accommodated. Next slide, please. So here's the breakdown for the Napa County area, where the number of allocated units that each jurisdiction must show that they can accommodate is shown in this pie chart here. And you can see Yonville, as a small town, has only 2% of Napa County's allocation. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so just to recap also what happened during the 5th cycle, we have here the building permits issued by year, which gets reported on the annual progress reports, or APRs, every year in April. And you can see the total number of building permits over in the columns to the right as compared with what the 5th cycle RENA goal was. And you can see that there were no very low or low income units produced in the 5th cycle. However, the 4th cycle had quite a bit of accomplishment in that area, with 54 new affordable housing units exceeding the goal for the 4th cycle. But there is no penalty per se for not achieving those targets during the 5th cycle. However, now that we are starting the 6th cycle, we are working towards meeting those targets for the 6th cycle. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, there's income categories to make sure that all different economic segments can find available housing, whether they are working in a service industry or working at a winery or have a higher paying career. We want to make sure that they all have housing choice and availability. So the allocation is split into these needs here. And oftentimes the lower income categories, there's even a new one that they came out with called acutely low. So there's acutely low, extremely low, very low, and low. And it's typical to combine all of these when speaking about them into one lower category for all income levels at 80% or less of the area median income. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to show you this plan for meeting the RHNA, and then I'm going to show you more detailed information about each of these categories, and then we'll recap again with this plan. So you can see the allocation here, the RHNA, that's how many units the town needs to show that it has capacity for, or otherwise plans and programs to meet. So we've gotten to a lot of the numbers there under sites with the site inventory, which I'll show you more details about in just a moment. And then we can also count the anticipated accessory dwelling unit production, which I'll also get into the details of how those numbers are estimated. And so total capacity, you can see that as we submit this document to the state, we are showing them that the town is able to meet its allocation and has a surplus, as you see in the column to the right. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's more detailed information about the sites, and then there will also be a map and some aerial images on the next slides. But you can see here that sites 1 and 2 are the ones that are being relied upon to meet the lower income RHNA. That's that regional housing needs allocation. And then we have a handful of 4 additional sites that are also the moderate income is also accommodated on site number 2. And then that site is we are anticipating a mixed income product there. So lower, moderate, and above moderate. And that is the church site at the southern part of the city, where it's one large site. However, it is constrained with floodplain. And so we are only counting the 4.5 acres that are usable right now that are sort of on the southwest side, closest to the church, which is on a separate parcel. All right, next slide, please. We'll see all this visually here. So up in the north part of the town, we have site number 6, and then number 1, that is the currently used right now as a garden site for the French Laundry, and then sites 3, 4, and 5 in the middle, and then all the way down in the southern part of the town, site number 2. And you can see in the legend here for the map that the income categories that each site is using to allocate those RHNA units are indicated here too. It's the lower, moderate, above moderate, and mixed income. Next slide, please. So these just show a little bit more in detail, a little closer view of what's currently on those sites. Site 1 is mostly vacant. There are a couple of structures. Site 2 is currently being used as a vineyard, and then the other sites are vacant. Next slide, please. Okay, so as I mentioned, we have a methodology that we use from HCD from the state for how to project anticipated accessory dwelling units. And then also ABAG has provided a methodology for determining which income category those can be counted towards. On the left, that table shows how we did the math for using HCD's projection methodology. We took an annual average of the production that the town saw between 2018 and 2021, and then projected that out over the next 8 years of the planning period. And then, so taking those 11 projected accessory dwelling units, using ABAG's affordability methodology puts 6 in the lower category, 3 in the moderate category, and 1 in the above moderate category. Next slide, please. So there's several other potential housing opportunities in the future for the town, and the town is definitely interested in residential development there, but we are not relying on any of these potential units to meet the RHNA, and that includes the Veterans Home, which I'm sure has been discussed at length at many of your meetings. So I won't dwell too long on this, but we're happy to answer questions about it. And then again, with the Yonville Elementary School, I'm sure has been topic of much discussion as well. So we're just tracking those and hoping to encourage residential development. There are some programs included in the housing element to encourage residential development on these sites. And then any other sites where the affordable housing overlay could be added is something that we're noting as well as a future potential housing opportunity. Next slide, please. So again, like I said, I was going to show you the plan and then show you details about the plan and then recap again with the slide about how the town intends to meet the 6th cycle RENA. We look forward to getting your feedback and then HCD's feedback about this. And, it may need to be tweaked depending on their input. So you can stay tuned for that part. And now let's keep going and move on to another very important chapter of the housing element, and that's the assessment of fair housing.
And actually, before you jump to this next section, I want to touch on very quickly the Veterans Home. I'll be talking in a little more detail about it later in council reports, but because it's relevant here and we have an audience here specific to the housing element, Town Manager Steve Rogers and I just participated in a stakeholder meeting last week with members of the Veterans Home Administration, CalVet leadership, members from the Departments of General Services and Housing and Community Development, as well as other legislators and interest stakeholders. And the message that's pertinent here is, while there is still not an official project, which is kind of the classification to include housing at the Veterans Home as part of this housing element, there is universal agreement that on-campus housing makes sense, would be beneficial, and should move forward in the very near term. It's encouraging that we heard that from all levels, including the Allied Council, as well as the leadership of CalVet. We are still working with all those state agencies to move the process forward. It was part of their overall master plan review of the Veterans Home campus, but there was acknowledgement that housing should progress rapidly and not wait for the entire master plan. So more details to come. I wanted to insert that here because I know every time we talk about the housing element, we talk about housing at the Veterans Home and at the school site. So it appears that the Veterans Home opportunity is as viable as it's ever been, and we're hoping for good things in the very near term.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Dunbar. Moving on to the assessment of fair housing. This is a newer state law, AB 686, and it requires all local jurisdictions to make sure that they are taking meaningful actions in addition to combating discrimination that overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities free from barriers that restrict access to opportunity based on protected classes. So that has a ripple effect into a few different areas of the housing element. First of all, we have to assess fair housing issues in the community, and that is what is reflected in your document in Appendix D, the Fair Housing Assessment. We analyze areas of opportunity and access to resources. We identify housing sites that foster an inclusive community and provide equitable access to resources, and identify strategies to address barriers to fair housing, combat discrimination, and displacement. We include programs to implement these strategies. There's one main fair housing program, but then several other programs also support affirmatively furthering fair housing. Next slide, please. So I'm going to share with you a handful of key findings from this analysis. Housing mobility is a term that refers to the ability to move to another home in your community and be able to stay in your community. For example, say you need a bigger house because your household size grows, or you need a smaller house because it shrinks, or if you're a renter and you would like to buy a home, how easy is it for you to do so and stay within your community? So we look at a few different criteria that inform housing mobility. One of those is vacancy rates. It's generally assumed that a vacancy rate of around 5 to 6% indicates a healthy market where there's available stock And what we found in Yonville is a very low vacancy rate. The long-term rentals, which don't include any vacation homes, the vacancy rate is 2.8%, and then just less than 1% of a vacancy rate of for sale units. So that shows a very tight market. And then we look at affordability. Renters in Napa County, according to a report from the California Housing Partnership, would need to earn 2.7 times the state minimum wage to be able to afford the average monthly asking rent in Napa County. And then it's even more of a starker affordability issue when you look at home prices of for sale homes. Home buyers would need an annual salary of just about $435,000 to afford the median home sale price of $1,600,000, and that $435,000 is much higher than the median income. So that would be really tough for a lot of people to afford to buy a home. Next slide, please. So here's a handful of other key findings based on the Fair Housing Assessment. Yonville is becoming more diverse over time. However, as compared with other Bay Area communities, it remains less diverse as far as race and ethnicity. In Napa County, the most common type of housing discrimination case is alleged familial status discrimination. So that may have to do with the presence of children in the home or whether a couple is married or unmarried. That could be a variety of different things. 20% of Yonville's non-institutionalized population, so that means it doesn't include residents of the veterans home. 20% of the population are living with a disability, and of these, 78% were over 65 years old. 82% of those who work in Yonville do not live in Yonville. And this was, again, like I mentioned earlier, something that stakeholders noted time and time again, a need for affordable workforce housing. Next slide, please. Okay, let's talk about the housing element programs, because this is really the key information that the town is going to be implementing over the course of the next 8 years. There are 24 programs in the document. 15 of them are continuing from the last time without modification. There may be little tweaks to clarify things, but overall, really, you can say they're not modified. And then there's 4 programs that were modified and 5 totally new programs. The changes were made because of comments that were received, public input, or along with changes to state law. Next slide, please. So some of the programs to address new state law, an important law is SB 166, which requires local governments to maintain enough land to meet the RHNA. So that means that as the planning period progresses, if a project is approved and it doesn't provide the units that were assumed in the housing element, the town may need to look for additional sites and potentially rezone if needed. So that's why it's a good thing to encourage the implementation of the site inventory plan as it is in the housing element. And then we've got AB 686, like I just talked about, and that resulted in more than one program. And then AB 1397 is a new state law that just says that housing developments have to be approved by right if they contain 20% affordable units if they are sites that were used to meet the lower income RHNA in previous cycles. Next slide, please. So another program to address state law is Program 22, Planning Regulations Amendments. And there's a whole suite of things here. And this is basically a cleanup of the zoning code. So making sure that we are looking for potential barriers and removing them. For example, residential care facilities. If it's a residential use, then it has to be subject to the same restrictions that apply to other residential uses and not discriminate based on the characteristics of the occupants. And then there are some state laws related to employee housing and allowing emergency shelters and making sure that parking isn't constraining, and new law about low barrier navigation shelters and making sure that those are allowed. Next slide. Single room occupancy. So making sure that this is one of the housing types that is available for those with extremely low incomes. So making sure that those are allowed in at least one zoning district, making sure that reasonable accommodation procedures don't present a barrier to housing for those with disabilities, and then making sure that the definition of family does not unduly constrain the availability of housing for people with disabilities as well. Next slide. So we have a whole bunch of continuing programs. I don't know that I need to get into reading each one of these. You have the document. These were by and large the same in the previous housing element, and they're being carried through. So let's move on to the next slide, please. Okay, so modified programs, these are just updated to make sure that either new initiatives that the town wants to undertake are included, or if the names of certain organizations that the town has previously collaborated with need changing, or other little tweaks here and there to update them. So accessory dwelling units is an approach to providing more housing within built-out communities such as Yonville. So it's important to establish lots of programs to provide information, and the town is very interested in establishing a forgivable loan program, which should be a great generator for new ADUs. And then program 10, create new affordable housing opportunities, was also updated to ensure that new sources of funding like the Measure S fund are being acknowledged and used, and just making sure that we're being as creative as possible when we think about all the different types of activities that can create new affordable housing opportunities. Next slide, please. So then special housing needs, those refer to groups experiencing particular special housing needs based on their demographics or household characteristics. So making sure that the city is partnering with service providers to ensure all these housing needs are met, and encouraging developers to construct accessible units, continuing to use the community center as an emergency shelter. And then modified programs. So the town did have a fair housing program, but as we discussed, there's a lot more emphasis on expanding those action items under the fair housing program. So the town will continue to contract with Fair Housing Napa Valley or other fair housing providers to provide assistance, enforce fair housing laws, provide landlord training on discrimination, and making sure that information is available if somebody requests translation at a meeting or materials. Next slide, please. Okay, new programs. So because we do have a couple of large sites, it's important to make sure that the town is doing what it can to facilitate affordable or developments that do include affordable units, and coordinating with property owners to make sure that the size of the site is not an impediment to developing it. And then new programs. So I already talked about the sites included in previous cycles and the new state law that requires this program. And then also adequate sites also, as I mentioned earlier, is a requirement based on state law to make sure that there's no net loss of sites. Next slide, please. The Yonville Home Repair Program, I believe, is a new program, and that's why it gets a new program in the housing element. And it is a way to prevent displacement by making sure that people can get the repairs that they need to stay in their home. And then I kind of touched on Program 22 already, the planning regulation amendments, all the different little cleanup of the zoning ordinance to ensure compliance with state law and remove constraints. Next slide. I think that's it with the programs, and let's talk about the project schedule. So we kicked off the project last November. We completed outreach throughout. Then we launched the public review draft, released the public review draft on July 8th, and it's currently in that public review period. We are here tonight to talk about the public review draft. We'll incorporate public comment per state law. We have to do that for a period of 10 days. And then we submit the draft housing element to HCD, as my colleague described earlier, so that we can get their feedback. And we have 2 different review periods listed here. It's possible we might not need both of them, but we want to be careful and make sure that we're accounting for that just in case we get their feedback. And then if we have to make a lot of edits, then we'll need to formally submit the draft again for another review period. So we're accounting for that, and it's possible it could go faster, but this is lately this is the length of time that jurisdictions are seeing for their review processes. So we look forward to also coming back before you for an adoption hearing in early 2023. And then at that point, we'll submit the final adopted housing element for the certification review. So it is iterative, as my colleague and Kirsty mentioned. And I think, yes, so we're recommending tonight that the ZDRB and Town Council receive and provide input on the public review draft and authorize staff to submit the draft to HCD for the initial review. And we're happy to answer questions and hear your comments.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm going to start off with a quick question to the new programs section that was toward the end of the presentation. It occurred to me as you were describing some of what qualifies, might there be in the future sustainability elements and features that could be part of that program, where I saw that you had like home repairs and some of the other examples of what would qualify? There's so much talk about whether it be reach codes or electrification, other sustainable features. Do you anticipate that being one of those new housing programs in the future?
There is a section of the housing element about opportunities for energy conservation, not just because of the environmental sustainability, but recognizing that utility costs are also potentially a barrier to housing affordability. So that's in there already. And then whatever local jurisdictions want to add to enhance environmental sustainability, some do to more greater or lesser degrees.
Great. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm inviting questions and comments from all. We'll start with Councilmember Moeller.
Hi, thank you for that very nice report. And I read through it, and your summary was excellent as well. So my question, and I think this comes up a lot in, public discussions and other meetings and boards that I'm on, with our housing element, one of the things that we're all facing right now is the drought and water restrictions. So could you just speak to that generally, how we have to do all of our RENA numbers, we're all conserving water, and how those two really mesh, specifically as it relates to Yonville?
Right. So we do have to show the state that there is capacity to serve each site with wastewater and water services, but the document itself doesn't get too into water conserving methods. Kirsty may want to jump in if you have something more to add.
No,
here.
I wasn't talking about water conserving methods. I was talking about the adequacy of water for new housing, especially when we're all constrained and we have quite a few water restrictions here in town right now.
I can answer that. At this point, the housing element is not requesting any amendments to the general plan. Recently, the general plan was adopted as part of the Envision Yelpfill, and as part of that, the water capacity was analyzed for the full build out of the town. So at this point, we are able to stay within the general plan analysis, which analyzed the water and wastewater capacity.
For these new RENA housing?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And to follow up on that, I've heard that question many, many times in the last 2 years, especially. Mm-hmm. And my answer is basically the state doesn't care as much about your water capacity and supply as it does about building new housing. And that's kind of what it boils down to. That the priority has been, especially with Governor Newsom, housing, millions of housing units across the state. Everyone understands that impacts water availability even during a drought, but the priority is building more housing. And that makes it tough in a community, all the communities, frankly, that are already stretched very thin with water supply. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for this report. I have also read through it. I had a question, though, and that is that when I first moved to the town of Yonville, there was a water
Moratorium.
Moratorium, thank you. The word flew out of my head, but moratorium. And if that were to happen statewide, how would that affect our arena numbers? Or would we be responsible for still building these homes if we had a water moratorium? Anyone?
I'll take that, Council or Vice Mayor. You're seeing right at play in these two conversations a very live political discourse that is happening in Sacramento. And right now, you've got two different state agencies, and they're both promulgating their rules and regulations, and they are not providing a exit strategy in lieu of one or the other. So right now, we have to continue to prepare for the ability to build and show that we can build the housing. There isn't a get out of card or get out of jail card for the drought. So right now, those elements are in play. I do anticipate that the next year or two, you're going to see increased discussion in Sacramento about how to reconcile these demands. But right now, that is the environment that we are in. So we need to be focusing on both elements, which is meeting the arena numbers and our housing objectives. And also, in our case, we need to manage our water use, as we're going to talk a little bit more in detail, to the available, reliable water supply, which we ironically purchase from the state.
I have a follow-up question, please.
Go ahead.
And that question is, if that's the case, and we're working with developers, could we entertain a provision that requires new development to include gray water infrastructure so that we could start using laundry to landscape water? I've been reading about it. It's getting more popular and more accessible. And I was just wondering if that's something that the town could impose. Would the state come after us if we did?
I would want to do a little bit more homework, but the first answer I'm going to tell you is no, that would be in our purview. I mean, yes, we could go ahead and put a requirement for new housing construction to include gray water systems. That is certainly within the town's purview, and there are some communities that are doing such for new housing. Making it retroactive, much more challenging, and I think the attorney will agree, but it's certainly, if we were to say, here's our new standards for development going forward as of a certain date, that is certainly within the council's prerogative.
Well, looking back at 1979, when people had the foresight to think about recycling wastewater, I'd like us to be a part of that tradition and think ahead. And maybe when it comes up, we can give it more exploration. Thank you.
Yeah, we're already recycling more than 90% of our wastewater, so we're well ahead of that. But I would caution that given the state's attitude about housing as the number one priority, adding anything that would slow or not allow us to build housing would not be tolerated. If developers that would say, well, we could build these units, but Yamfill's making us to do these things that are keeping us from being able to build the units, that might create a challenge for us. But that's certainly something that we can continue to look at going forward. Right now, it's about getting units allocated through the housing element. And that kind of actually leads to my question of either Jennifer or Nicole. Some people say, hey, just don't do the housing element. Don't certify it. Don't build the houses. They're not going to come after you. What are the implications of not having a certified housing element as it relates to the state?
Sure. Legal reaction. I mean, there's a whole new enforcement department at HCD, actually called, I believe it's called Housing Compliance and Enforcement. And their job will be to review your programs and as you submit your annual reports to identify what you're doing or not doing. Where the rubber hits the road is too soon to tell. But we do know they have staffed up. We do know they are following through with these, and more, they're going to take the people who need to do rezones first. You are not in that case. So people that aren't actually allowing for it. We are allowing for housing here. So you're doing everything that the law says you're doing, needs to do.
Kirsty, I saw your hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to highlight that water conserving fixtures is an existing program that we're keeping. The presentation tonight, all we outlined was new programs or programs that we're modifying, but we are keeping the program that was in effect probably from the previous cycle when we were in a moratorium. So that is included. I just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you. Any members of our ZDRB like to comment on this? Some of us have been exposed to more of this information previously than others, so some of it, there's quite a bit to try to absorb. But any, well, I'm hoping for ZDRB members before I go back to council, but I don't see any other hands. So Councilmember Knight.
Sorry, didn't mean to step in. From ZDRB. I just want to thank everyone that's here on the Zoom tonight and residents who are listening. Thank you for your participation on updating this housing element. I had just a few questions. I think somewhere in the report you talked about the public review period. I think I sounded like we are in that period. Did it start July 8th? And so my first question is, how do residents, where do they find that review notice or process to comment on the housing element?
I can take that, Jennifer. We did a public notice. We posted in all the locations here in town when it was a notice of public release before the 8th, stating that it was available on the 8th. We've done press releases. We have it on the website. We have a hard copy here available at Town Hall. I'm happy to provide a hard copy if anybody needs to would like that. In addition, we have a copy at the library online. If you go to Town of Yonville Housing Element, it takes you right to the link and you can look at the PDF version. The public hearing notice will stay up until August 8th. Comments are available through public comments at Yamil, and we will be listening to the public comments all the way until the end of business, August 8th.
Good. So that's a process to make those comments, or they can find that on the website. I know you have on the web homepage, you've got a button for housing element, I think. So thank you. Second question, thank you, is part of your report was talking about you held shareholder or stakeholder meetings. And so I'm just curious in terms of primarily for stakeholders that are help the town, like Napa Valley Community Housing, and that help us with affordable housing and the apartments in town. Did they? I'm curious to see if did they make any recommendations that were different or ended up in this report that they suggested to the town to include in the housing element?
Nicole, do you have, I will say something and I'll pass to you. The one thing, we did have a meeting with all the, some of the managers and property owners in the area as one of our focus group meetings. And there was a discussion about how employees can't afford to live in Yelpfill who work in Yelpfill. So that was a big discussion about possibly, and there's a little bit of discussion in the document about setting up a trust fund of some sort where employees would pay into it to start to provide affordable housing. So there were ideas that were discussed at that meeting that did get incorporated into the document.
Did you meet with like Napa Valley Community Housing?
Yes, and I would also say, Eric, that Napa Valley Community Housing has committed to the fact that they would, appreciate and be willing to take on additional opportunities, much like we just recently had with the Oakleaf Court property. So they are certainly a willing partner at a certain level, and there may be other community-based nonprofit housing partners, but Napa Valley Community Housing is certainly willing to continue to help us and to look at potential alternative projects that make sense in their focus area. So yes.
Well, thank you. I know they're a great community partner, and I know they'll stay involved. I had just one more question, Mayor. I'm curious about in the housing element report, there's the 6 sites that are identified for meeting our RENA numbers, the regional housing needs allocation from the state. But we'll go back to it in a little bit, but I'm interested in a correlation from, we'll go back to approving the ordinances that amend and add to Chapter 17 of our Muni Code. And there's references in there to the affordable housing overlay. And some of those parcels are in this report, but there's a parcel identified that included Girardi Place. And so I'm curious about the correlation between our approvals tonight for amendments to Chapter 17 and then the site locations in the housing element report.
I can answer that question. We'll probably go into a little bit more detail specifically about the affordable housing overlay and why it was noticed to the Girardi Place. Happy to answer that now. We are requesting an amendment separate item, public hearing. CDRB has listened to these ordinances. The parcel in question, we are requesting that is going to be reliant on our RENA. The draft housing element has been written as if that parcel has been rezoned to the 20 units to the acre. We chose to do that to let the public look at it and see what it looks like and determine that. The affordable housing overlay on that specific property. Ironically, the state looks at the affordable housing overlay, the way the town has drafted it, as an impediment to developers because it's a process. What PlaceWorks keeps continuing to say is the housing element is a land exercise. The HCD wants to see the zoning in place for a project. And that is really the impetus behind the separate item that we'll be talking about. Does that help answer your question?
Yeah, and I want to be really careful. I'm not seeing Gary raise his hand yet, but I'm raising mine. I want to be careful that we don't prejudice the item that's coming before us later in the meeting about how it fits into the housing element or not. Just want to be careful. Gary, if you say it's not a concern, that's fine.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a point of information. I was interested in that correlation, which I'm sure we'll go back to later. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to be careful. And Gary, tell me if it's not a concern, but I felt like we might be getting a little bit of a difficult area there.
Yeah, I think brief context from staff is okay, but I do agree going into any depth or reaching a conclusion. We did originally have these in a different order for that purpose and to save those kind of conclusions for when that item's called.
Right, and we could certainly readdress it, Councilmember Knight, when we take on that item after this.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Those are all the questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Moeller.
Thank you. Just a quick FYI for Kirsty. Could you touch base with our executive officer at LAFCO? I know that LAFCO would probably like to see your schedule and just know that we are working on a draft housing element and the contact information. Not because of zoning, we don't have any authority over that, but just for our general goal of overseeing the efficient delivery of government services. And that it'll be all in the housing element. So we're collecting them at LAFCO.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
All right, thanks.
Now we're seeing our ZDRB members line up. Mr. Zagorsek, you were first.
Sure, thank you. Just a couple of comments and then being mindful that the council is coming up on their almost fourth hour. Just one question. The first comment is, congratulations to the planning staff, Kirsty and Diane, for moving quickly on this. I know that they joined in transition, and because of that transition, they stated that you may have been behind, but we're very much caught up, I think, because of that hard work. And so I didn't want that to go unacknowledged. I'm sure it'll be said many times. And then, of course, with PlaceWorks, I have to say the documentation, the explanation has been very tight, clean, and professional. It just so often we sometimes don't see that. So it really was just refreshing because everything we talked about was really to the point and well-informed. And then, of course, to Mayor Dunbar and the planning staff for really continuing to push on other properties like the Veterans Home and the elementary school, which, although are not part of the cycle, are future-proofing us in a way, which I think is so important that we have a team that is thinking of the next steps and then future steps. I think it's really important. On that note, though, and I think I know the answer to this question, but others may not, is as we make progress on some of these other parcels, and should we be in the position to open those up, even though they're not in this housing element, would they effectively carry forward to the next one? Meaning that if we happen to do something off cycle, that doesn't get sort of disregarded or lost between the times.
You get credit for everything, every building permit you pull. So.
Yep. And I think, Michael, to that point, that's a great footnote that even if we've identified sites and something develops in another location, as long as we meet those targets, the town will get credit. The one thing we have learned is we really don't get retroactive credit, but you get credit going forward. And I think that's an important footnote that you're making, which is we're talking about an 8-year cycle. Some of the things that we think might happen likely will, and we also do have reason to believe, as you're alluding to, that both the potential for the Yelpfill Elementary School site and the Veterans Home are certainly potential within the 8-year planning period, but they don't qualify for us to include in the current housing element update because we do not have clear land use jurisdiction.
And the opposite is also true, as we found out in this process. If parcels have been used repeatedly as potential housing sites and have not had any housing develop on them, they cannot continue indefinitely to be used. The state's onto that. You say you can't just keep saying you're going to do it and never do it. Chair Miller.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you to Nicole and Jennifer and to staff for helping walk through all of this tedium with us. It's been very helpful and really illuminating. And it's nice to be at the point now where we're presenting to not just the town, but to all of the people that are on this call to get your feedback, and your questions are really helpful because I've actually heard tonight some things that have been brought up that haven't been brought up previously. So thank you for everybody leaning into this. I think, Mayor, I know you were asking rhetorically about the consequence of not addressing the housing element. But one of the things that we have been advocating for the housing element early on is that if we don't get ahead of it, then the state comes after us and they will tell us what we're going to do. And I think we'd much rather plan for it and prepare for it and work with qualified individuals such as Nicole and Jennifer to make decisions that are going to ultimately affect the town long term. Most of the other questions that I was going to bring up have already been addressed, and one of them was potentially going to prejudice something later on in this meeting. So I will leave it at that. But thank you, everyone, for listening in.
This is what happens when we flip-flop our housing agenda items. Any other ZDRB members or non-ZDRB members? Eddie, do we have any public comment that has come in on this item?
None of this item, Mayor.
Okay. It's like our budget workshops. Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mayor. Not about the housing element, but while we have ZDRB members here, I just wanted to thank them. When we get back to that other item that we won't talk about much now, the chapter 17, I listened to your presentation. I appreciated all your comments. It was Director Shelton did a great job, but I mean, I appreciate all that you do for the community. We benefit from your advice and consent. Thank you.
Councilmember Tagliabashi. Please unmute.
Thank you, Mayor Dunbar. I'd just like to follow up on what Councilmember Knight had just been saying. Thanks to the ZDRB staff and our own town staff, I'm constantly, I shouldn't be at this point, but I'm really always impressed with how knowledgeable ZDRB staff is and how articulate they are at just making some of the more wonky and difficult items understandable for people who don't walk this walk every day. So thank you all for doing what you do and bringing your passion to this important part of the process. And I hope that we are able to do a better job at this round at getting the low and very low and the affordable housing that all of our communities need. But at the end of the day, I just hope we're able to build houses on the properties that we've identified as being available. So thank you. And I hope to see that happen in this 8-year cycle.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And as someone who has served on the Zoning and Design Review Board, as the mayor has, believe me, we understand and appreciate the hours that it takes to really look at land use issues. And so Stephen and Michael and other members of the ZDRB, we really appreciate all your efforts on our behalf. And Kirsty, I didn't have the benefit of having you as our planning and building director, but I'm very impressed with how you get us up to speed on things. So thank you. I just, the dilemma has always been that we have to get the developers to want to include, low cost housing or affordable housing. Do you have thoughts on how to shape that or how to couch that so that we're more successful at that?
And if you do, I think there are 482 cities in California would like to hear the answer.
Exactly.
Well, we have some programs in there saying that we would be, potentially use Measure S funds by potentially some of the elements that we've outlined. The state does review it as bringing development potential to those parcels by the zoning and the density. So we're just optimistic and hoping that the right person comes at the right time.
Yeah, and I appreciate you bringing that up to answer that question, because in some cases, matching funds, local matching funds are going to factor into some projects, especially the state surplus state land and the priority housing there, whether it's the veterans home or elsewhere. Having some matching funds available like we do through Measure S and our budget could really help in that regard. And if not to build, to maybe help subsidize affordability or to add certain features that we'd like to see, like the environmentally conscious building codes and things like that. I did want to ask, before we let you go, another question of either Jennifer or Nicole, and because going back to the RENA, the allocation numbers, some cities have filed lawsuits, or associations of governments have filed lawsuits fighting, the numbers that they have been allocated. Have you heard any successful either legal challenges or other pushbacks? I think there's been an opportunity to request reconsideration of numbers, and all of Napa County, I believe all of Napa County chose not to challenge. But have you heard any successful challenges across the state trying to get reallocation of numbers?
I have not.
I didn't think so.
Only when there was an error in the methodology.
Yeah.
Yeah, there have been a few that have I mean, some, especially Southern California cities, I heard some collectively and some individually have tried, and I think that's a lot of time and money that's going to be lost with that futile effort, I think. Any last chances for comment? ZDRB, yes. Chair Miller? Muted, please.
I just want to, in response to Marita's question about affordability, I have to say that I keep coming back to rather than finding very optimal sites that are unbuilt in Yonville, the general plan allowed for the consideration of 3-story buildings in certain places in our town, and I think that one of the reasons why that is a potentially good idea, potentially bad as well, depending on how it's developed, is that it allows for mixed use and smaller units, which are generally considered more affordable. And so I just remind everybody here that we did talk about that when we were developing the general plan, and I think that it's still a suitable way to address some of those concerns.
Yeah, very good point. And I appreciate Chair Miller having spent, along with Member Cook, a couple years with council reps and others to craft those types of opportunities that help us try to minimize impacts, but also maximize housing supply and potential. So it's tricky when you're only 1.5 square miles.
The want of the people in Yonville to create that housing is there. The ability to do it is the hard part.
Mm-hmm. And we can all support each other in incentivizing those kinds of developments.
And it's always a good idea until it's the neighborhood next to yours for the 3 stories, and then it becomes a different conversation. But still encouraging, yes. I mean, this community has been very supportive of providing housing opportunities at all economic levels. It's not always the case in cities.
No.
Okay, I think we've covered this item for now. A lot more work to do, but looking forward to getting additional feedback during the public comment period. And thank you for making clear the process, the deadlines, and also the availability of the housing element draft, and how simple it is just to go to the website or contact town staff to get any information people need. We have another item, I believe, for our combined.
Thank you, Nicole and Jennifer.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you both very much, and we'll see you again in the near future, I think. So I'm looking on the agenda for item 11B, staff presentation of the OpenGov Citizen Services Online Building Permit Process. Let's hear about that.
All right. Hi again. Thank you, Council, and welcome members of the ZDRB. As you may remember, in March, the Town Council authorized staff to work with OpenGov Citizen Services to develop more online opportunities for various town functions. Since then, the Finance Department, the Building Department, Public Works, and Planning have been in training to develop these forms and custom workflows. We recently launched online building permits July 1st, and as of today, we've received 12 permits submitted, and the feedback has been very positive. In addition to building permits, as of today, you can submit a business license, and local hotels can submit TOT payments. The next custom forms we are currently working on is a custom encroachment permit, rental registration, and it is our goal to have all of the land use planning applications available online via this portal by the end of the calendar year. Staff thinks this will bring more accountability, transparency, better communication between other departments, such as interagencies, such as Napa County Fire, Environmental Management, and interdepartmental review with the Public Works Department for the local municipal services. It is my pleasure to introduce Kyle Johnson, the assistant planner who has been instrumental in this launch, and he will walk you through the process to sign up, look for active building permits in your neighborhood within the town, and apply for a building permit yourself. With that, Kyle Johnson.
Thank you, Kirsten. Can you guys hear me okay? Good afternoon, Council, Chair, and ZDRB Board.
Oh,
Oh, Kyle, you just, you were perfect at the beginning and then it got quiet.
We could still hear you, but it sounded very muted.
How about now?
It's very low volume. You were fine in the very beginning.
How's this?
Still a little quiet.
You may want to check which speaker is being used.
Microphone.
Yeah, microphone, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, there we go. Switch my microphone. So, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kyle Johnson, Assistant Planner, and I'll be giving you a brief virtual tour of our online permitting and licensing system. So I'll go ahead and share my screen. So we'll start on the Town of Yelpfill homepage. It's a website we're all familiar with. And we put this permitting system in all the same places where you were able to find the resources for the same applications before we launched. So we'll go to the Department and Services, Planning and Building, navigate to Building Permits and Inspection, navigate to Applications and Forms. And right here, this button, this is where the link used to be for the electronic copy of our building permit. Now it's a link that takes you to the new online portal. And so this is the new system. You can start right away before you even create an account. You can see the existing records in the town. We'll go ahead and start. If you wanted to see the permits for any address in the town, you can go ahead and search it and see all of the existing records. We just launched 2 weeks ago, so there's only one for this address. You can click it and see all the details for the property, the applicant, and the information they put on their building permit. So just a short scroll will show you the project type and the type of work being done. Now to create an account, you navigate to the top right corner and click sign up. Sign up using Secure Portal. And then you'll move over from login to sign up and put whatever email and password you want. And there you have it, you have an account. And so I've already created one, so I'll go ahead and log in. Now to apply for a permit, you'll navigate to the building department. Select Town of Yonville building permit. Select apply online. And you'll begin filling out your application. So this first step, 1 of 10, is just information for the applicant, not necessarily for the property or the project. Next, you'll search the location of the address you want to do work. And then you'll have to put in the property ownership information. Next, you'll select your role in this project. In order to receive an application, you must either be the property owner or a contractor, so you can select either one. If you are an authorized agent, you'll just select the party that you're authorized to work on behalf of. So I will be the contractor and select that I'm an authorized agent working on behalf of the contractor. Now, here's a little redundancy. We'll have to put the property owner information in again. And this is something we worked with OpenGov to remove. Unfortunately, it's something that is required. Next, we'll put in the contractor's information, and if the contractor is licensed in the state of California, which they have to be, you can search their database, which we've linked with this system, and it will autofill most of this information. You'll have to put in a few items: the full name, the email, and your town business license. And this is a required field, so if you don't have a business license in the town and you are a contractor, then you'll be required to get that before moving forward past this step. And if you'd like, optionally, you can put a different job contact. Next is a contractor's declaration. If you'd like to, you can add additional contacts, and you can use the same search bar as before to add licensed contractors. And this will allow more communication for other people working on the same project. Now we'll then begin describing the type of work we're doing. And this is meant to be an exhaustive set of drop-down menus that hopefully allow applicants to select all types of work they can be doing in the town. And so if you change steps back here, it will change ultimately the end results you can choose from. And if we don't have what you're looking for, you can select other and describe it in the job description here. Job valuation is a required field. Will your project require an encroachment permit is something we use in our routing and fire sprinklers as well. So these are not required fields. If they're not relevant, you can move past this step. Now, here are some declarations that need to be put in for contractors. Workers' compensation is required, and so you'll have to put in this information. Some more declarations for the town. And finally, the last declaration, which you can see the handouts here. The last step, if based on what you filled out in the form, some attachments will be required. I selected authorized agent, so I'll be uploading that form. And move on to the final step, where you review your applications to make sure there are no errors, and you can edit here if you'd like. Mine is all accurate, so I'll go ahead and confirm and submit, except this would go into our employee portal, so I'm not going to submit it. So yeah, that's our online building permit.
Thank you so much, Kyle, and also planning staff and everybody for putting this effort to work. And we continue to look forward to its evolution and tweaking and adjustment. So it is one of our last areas of online movement. So Council ZDRB, if you don't have any questions, I saw Eddie raise his, an errant hand from Eddie. If there's any, Kim.
I just want to say that's amazing. It's so simple. I know Kyle can do it fast, but it's very simple, and it's really exciting. That's a big positive change. Thank you.
we are hopeful that it will free up a little bit of staff time to provide a little better quality analysis and work in other areas. But we're going through some learning curves. What we're finding is about, those that, especially larger firms that have permit expediters and regularly do things, they're very excited about the process. And we have some onesie-twosies that we're having to walk through and spend a little bit more time.
And that's also why we're getting an IT person. Chair Miller.
Just a real quick question. I can see tremendous utility for those of us that sit on the ZDRB to be able to access these records online prior to staff's reporting. Am I correct in that? Yeah, it seems like it'll be really helpful.
Yes, it is a public portal. So if you wanted to look at a particular property, right now it just has current building permits, and we're hoping to also include historical.
Okay. One more question following up on that. So if I'm a member of the ZDRB, should I access through my the portal? Access the portal through my existing account as opposed to my professional account, or does it matter?
It doesn't matter. You can sign up with whatever email you'd like.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other comments? I take it we have no public comment on this item, Eddie?
No public comment, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Kyle, thank you very much. And I think Member Cook nailed it. You make it look easy. You see your audience on here, though.
Thank you.
And we'll be calling. Everybody's going to be calling you to help to get the assistance. But
yeah, you can call. Or you can come into Town Hall, and we'll help you fill it out on an iPad.
There we go. All right. Thank you very much. Great presentation. And I believe that's our business for all of our ZDRB members. Is that correct, Steve?
That is correct, and we will move back to the public hearing portion of the agenda.
I do want to thank all of you for joining us and being a part of it. I think it's better that we have the shared dialogue. Is something as important as our draft housing element really warrants that. I know we've gone through the zoning and design ordinance updating. That was also critical that we had a combined effort. So this really works better if we're able to hear each other in real time and have that dialogue. So thank you all very much for joining us. You're welcome to continue watching. We only have 7 public hearings coming up and then 2 additional items, but you're welcome to stay.
Thank you very much.
Are those hand waves of yes, we'd like to stay, or no, I think they're all goodbyes? As all the small camera screens disappear one by one. Okay, we will get back to our agenda item 9, starting with 9A. These are public hearings, each of them. We will start with the review and approval of a new zoning district for consideration, RM2, a general plan amendment rezoning the Catholic church site from RM to RM2, allowing for up to 20 units per acre, the zoning text amendment to AHO designation, and adopting a revised zoning map to prepare for the housing element update submission to the HCD. Okay, let's go.
Can everybody see a blue screen right now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hello again. In the theme of housing, we're here tonight to consider multiple amendments to the municipal code in response to recent changes in state law and also to prepare for the draft housing element. Note, I will be doing one report, so that is the public hearing item 9A, and then the public hearing items 9B through G at the end of the staff report and the end of public comment. There will need to be separate motions and votes on each ordinance.
So to that point, Kirsty, sorry to interrupt you, but Gary, I want to ask your question. I know we're going to have separate votes, but should I open the public hearing now that covers all items?
Yes, that'll work.
Okay, then I'll officially open the public hearing, and Kirsty, please continue.
Great. So again, I'll be doing one report, public hearing 9A, but the actions will be taken on public hearing items 9B through G. I'm here tonight to discuss amending the zoning code in regards to accessory dwelling units, adding a chapter in regards to 2 dwelling units and urban lot split, adding a chapter in regards to small home lot development, amending the chapter in regards to the affordable housing overlay, adding a new chapter for the RM2 mixed residential, and ultimately a request for an amendment to the zoning map and a rezone to change the designation on a parcel. I'm sure everyone's comfortable now with the word objective standards. Staff brought a comprehensive analysis of the current objective standards to the ZDRB March 8th, and then separate and on top of that, staff came informally to the town council on May 3rd to discuss the height and story limit of an ADU. That deliberation ultimately resulted in a request to not change the current objective standard as it governs the height of an ADU. Most recently, June 28th, the ZDRB reviewed all the draft ordinances prepared for you tonight and provided comments for consideration. These comments included the size of the ADU and a recommendation to remove the affordable housing overlay on the Catholic Church site to keep it consistent with the general plan. The first request, and this is the most comprehensive, so bear with me, it's in regards to the ADUs. The first change is a request for the definition of a junior ADU. The current zoning ordinance was silent as it related to the definition of a JADU. We have now proposed to refine it for a full definition of a minimum of 220 square feet and a maximum of 500 square feet. Remember, the junior ADU must be contained entirely within the existing single-family structure and may have access to the primary dwelling. This is consistent with state law. Second addition is the floor area of an ADU. This is an important conversation because this is what the ZDRB directed as part of their recommendations. The current floor area of an ADU is up to 1,200 square feet. The proposed zoning code amendment before you tonight reduces that size of an ADU, whether it's attached or detached, to 850 square feet for a 1-bedroom and 1,000 square feet for a 2-bedroom. This is consistent with state law, and it will also indirectly affect the floor area exemption. The third change is lot coverage. This is going to be a new definition that is consistently through all of the ordinances presented to you tonight. Typically, the town of Yonville and in the past, it governed the low density residential with the use of floor area ratio. The state dictates most of their codes that you cannot govern floor area ratio. However, the state has a definition of lot coverage. So the proposed to you tonight in every single one of these ordinances is a new definition of lot coverage. It's a new concept, and staff believes it can hopefully make the same intention as the floor area ratio. For the most part, the proposed amendments includes a maximum lot coverage as defined as no more than 60%, which means no more than 40% of the lot must not contain roofed or unroofed structures. I'll go into more detail throughout. The other, just to confirm, no change to the height limit. It remains unchanged to the way it's currently. Development standards. These are now explicitly labeled. The most significant standard to bring your attention is that there was a lot of conversation that staff was getting about, can this ADU have a door to my main house? We have now explicitly said no. You may not have a door from a attached ADU. You may have a door from your attached junior ADU located within the entire footprint of the main house. The current zoning ordinance is silent about the timeline of permit approval. The proposed amendment brings the requirement consistent with state law, saying the planning officer, if it's consistent with the development standards and the zoning ordinance, must approve it no more than 60 days. And then finally, a new development standard for junior ADUs, again, within the entirety of the footprint of the main house. This proposed amendment, consistent with state law, allows 150 square foot addition to allow that junior ADU. Even though we've gone through a lot of effort to look at the development standards for ADUs, state law still includes the provision, nothing in our code can prohibit an ADU that is at least 800 square feet, 16 feet in height, and constructed in compliance with state law. This is important to note because although we may be put in that position. So far, staff hasn't seen anything that we would need to. Moving on, and I'm happy to answer questions at the end, but I'm going to go ahead and move on to the third public hearing item, which is our second request. This is the request to amend the affordable housing overlay. For those of you who have been on the council for a long time, the affordable housing overlay is a current land use designation on the zoning map, and it currently includes 5 parcels, 3 of which are already developed. And to answer Councilmember Knight's question before, we had to notice all of the parcels, even if they were developed, because they had the affordable housing overlay. I should also note, maybe at the end of my presentation, there was one public comment that I'll ask the clerks to read into the record. It was in regard to this. It was a parcel that has the affordable housing overlay that is developed. The proposal to you, the request tonight to amend the affordable housing overlay only applies to parcels with the primary zoning of primary commercial. This really only applies to one parcel, the French Laundry Garden site. And what it does is if the parcel ever comes in with a master development plan, it requires the development of 3.5 affordable housing units per gross acre. This is memorializing many resolutions, and when the property changed from residential to commercial, what this does is allows us to rely on this site as our arena for the housing element, because the state needs to see that it's zoning and it's by right. I have had consultation with representatives from the landowner. They are comfortable with this proposal. And again, it's really only applicable to the one parcel that is currently zoned primary commercial with the affordable housing overlay. And as you can see, it memorializes a resolution and multiple ordinances over the last 14 years and puts it into our zoning code. Our third request, our fourth public hearing, is what you guys may remember. In February of this year, the town council passed an urgency ordinance in response to SB 9. The SB 9 allows for the 2 residential units per lot or proposed urban lot split only within single family zoning to be considered ministerial. What the urgency ordinance adopted, and what the request before you tonight to add a new section in the zoning code, basically mirrors the urgency ordinance, stating that it can only occur in single family zoning district. It says it has both a minimum and maximum size of 800 square feet, and it requires the applicant to limit the lots created by a lot split to 2 residential units, and it limits the buildings to the 16 feet, similar to the ADU regulations. There are a few changes, and it's not going to be a surprise. It's our new definition of lot coverage. So this is the only change from the urgency ordinance that we're requesting to adopt as part of a new chapter in the municipal code. This is the only change. The definition of lot coverage, again, lot coverage shall be no greater than 60%. Fourth request, this is a new, you guys have not heard about this before. This is in response to 803, and it's to allow small home lot developments. If for some reason AB 803 is no longer in effect, this chapter will automatically be repealed. And I guess the best way to look at this, and the way I think of it, is small homes on small lots. It's really similar to a mobile home park. However, the homeowner would own the land, fee simple, and the homes would not need to be modular. The development standards include a minimum floor area of 800 square feet and a maximum of 1,750. Again, lot coverage, no greater than 60%, and no minimum lot size. It should be noted that these can only happen on parcels zoned for multifamily. There is only one vacant parcel zoned multifamily, which we're all familiar with, the Catholic Church site. However, the state law states if the eligible parcel shall not be to be an eligible small home lot development project, it may not be accounted for in the RENA. So the one vacant parcel that's zoned multifamily, the Catholic Church property, that could qualify for this development because portions of it is proposed to meet the town's RENA needs, it would not qualify for a small home lot development. The other requirement that the state says, if you're going to do this, you have to build to the maximum density. If passed today and we increase the density to 20 units per acre, this density will be very difficult to meet because 20 units to acre for a typical subdivision, even if it's a small home on a small lot, will be very difficult to meet that requirement. And though this is another ministerial approved development, it does state that the ZDRB may provide comments to the applicant and that the planning department can only approve it if it complies with all of the development standards in the zoning ordinance. To conclude, staff is recommending this chapter be included in the zoning ordinance to comply with state law. While there are no currently vacant parcels zoned for multifamily that would qualify for this development, it'll apply in the future if parcels are either rezoned or if somebody wanted to require this. The fifth request is to add a new chapter, mixed residential 2. You guys have heard a little bit about this. Right now, we have a current zoning ordinance chapter 17.24 that's called mixed residential. This density requirement for mixed residential is 8 units per acre minimum to a maximum of 10 acres. If approved, the RM2 would require a minimum of 10 acres and a maximum of 20. You guys are familiar now with the HCD. The HCD does require that we would need to permit 20 units per acre as a permitted use for a parcel to be considered feasible. So to answer the question that some folks had earlier, how can we make development, affordable housing development, appealable to developers? The state thinks this is the answer. The state thinks if you have by right zoning, somebody will come in and develop it. But if you had to ask for concessions through density bonus, master development plan, that it was more of a process and that a developer would consider it a risk. So the amendment to establish a new zoning chapter is required for the HCD to approve the feasibility of workforce housing. And parallel to the adoption of the mixed residential 2, which doubles the density, the final request before you tonight is to rezone the Catholic Church property on the southeast boundary of the town, commonly known as the Catholic Church property, from mixed residential, allowing the 8 to 10 units per acre with the affordable housing overlay to RM2. As you just saw in the housing element, this parcel is our primary location to meet the town's RHNA, and the request to rezone this parcel to RM2 is a prerequisite for this housing element update. The rezone and zoning map amendment is to allow the maximum of 20 units per acre as a permitted use in the RM2 zone. This supports and is required for this parcel to be the main parcel to be included in the housing element. Regardless of the underlying zoning, any development parcel proposal in the town limits above 4 is required to meet the town's affordable housing inclusionary requirement, which is 15%. So even without the affordable housing overlay, any new housing development is required to do 15%. With the affordable housing overlay, the town's affordable housing bonus is much higher than the state's. So the state has a state density bonus, and then the town adopted an additional bonus as part of this AHO zoning overlay. So the town's density bonus allows up to 150% of the underlying zoning, whereas the state is 80%. Any housing projects proposed on the site would still qualify and could request a state density bonus. However, if the parcel kept the affordable housing overlay, it would create an inconsistency with the general plan. That is because the combination of the higher density, which is required by HCD, with the affordable housing overlay, indirectly, because it's a town-sponsored program, it indirectly requires a density that's higher than what the general plan envisioned. So the proposed request for you this evening is to rezone the parcel from RM with the affordable housing overlay to RM2. This essentially keeps it consistent with the state consistent with the general plan land use designation and meets the state's requirement for that 20 units per acre. And again, as just discussed, this is considered to be an attractive incentive for affordable housing projects to construct these housing units. Staff has been in touch with a representative of the Catholic Church property, and they are comfortable with this proposal and didn't submit a public comment, but the conversation was positive. So again, tonight's request is each ordinance will need to be voted on individually. There's 6 requests before you tonight, even though there was 7 public hearing items. And I'm available. This was heavily influenced by Mr. Gary Bell. He's also available to answer any questions. And I know I spoke fast, but I know everyone's tired, so I tried to. I know there was not many surprises, so happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Kirsty. Could you just very quickly explain what's state mandate and what's discretionary at the local level? Or is all this basically required of us to take action?
Okay, so ADUs, nothing changed in state law. There was a little bit of cleanup that we had to do to comply with recent changes in state law. Staff suggests the changes to consider for the ADUs because they create more consistency for the public. The public hearing number C is the SB 9. I do think that is something that the town council already considered. All this does is take the urgency ordinance, implements it into code. It's not required, but it's suggested with the only caveat, the new change is that lot coverage.
I think I could have done a better job asking the question, because what I'm trying to do is avoid discussion on things that are mandated by the state.
I would say the majority of this.
Right. So that's what I'm getting at. That
yes,
we're not in a position to be able to wordsmith or change, requirements in some of these cases. I just want there to be clarity on when we do have discretion. You talked about the ADU and the ZDRB's recommendation for the sizes of ADUs being modified. That sounds like a local discretionary item, but that's what I'm trying to do, is really target our discussions on things we can change and not waste time on things that we're basically being told we have to do, and we're going through kind of a formal process to do that. So maybe if you could just guide us as we tick these off one after the next. I know we do have public comment related to items 9C and 9D, as you referenced. I do want to ask questions, but I'm afraid questions might jump all over the place because we have so many different pieces we're talking about. So I'm going to ask for Eddie to read the public comment first rather than getting questions from council, because I have a feeling questions typically turn into statements, and I'd like to get the public comment on the record. Is there something that can't wait, Councilmember Knight, or are you okay with that sequence? You okay? Okay. So if we could go ahead and cover Mr. Garrett's comments on a couple of these items.
Yes, Mayor. So dear Ms. Shelton and Mr. Rogers, I reviewed the City Council agenda and supporting packets for items 9C and 9D for your upcoming meeting on July 19, 2022. Please enter this letter into the administrative record for these 2 items. I am the property owner for APN 036-341-029-000 and 036-341-03-000. Also known as 1 and 3 Girardi Palace and 2 and 4 Girardi Place. Sorry, I'm going to say place, not palace, respectively. I have the following questions/comments. Please confirm the proposed amendments to the Municipal Code 17.156 comma dash 17.158 and 17.80.020. Do not in any way change the way I presently use these two properties. The duplex at 1 and 3 presently serves as a market rate rental, and 2 and 4 serve as affordable units subject to a deed restriction. 2, please confirm no new approvals, permits, or entitlements are required for the properties above as a result of approving the amendments to the 3 sections of the municipal code above. My limited understanding of these documents is that they only apply if I were to make a new application for a new development permit to expand or change the present use for each property. Please enter this letter into the record as my objection to these 2 amendments and send me the appropriate appeal documents if these approvals change in any way how these properties are presently used, enjoy, or necessitate new approval applications. Thank you for your assistance in this matter. Steve Garrett, property owner.
So I'm taking his objection and interest in appeal only if what he hears is confirmation is that the way he stated it, it isn't correct, meaning there would be different impacts on his property. So, Kirsty, I don't know if you can clarify that for the public comment maker. And if there are any impacts, if the answer is no, there are no impacts, then that kind of covers his concern, I think, but please go ahead.
And I did respond to him by email, and there was no follow-up questions. In regards to his particular project, he is one of the parcels that benefited from the affordable housing overlay. The underlying zoning is residential. Again, by law, thanks to Mr. Bell, we had to advertise to everybody who had the affordable housing overlay to let them know of this potential change. But it only applies to the primary zoning district of primary commercial. No change to his land use, no change to the way he's going to use his land, no change to the future unless he decides to rezone it to primary commercial.
It sounds like that was his understanding.
Yeah.
So that a very good explanation for that. Has there been any other public comment received, Eddie?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. Clarifying question, Gary, because I think this is the first time we've ever done 6 or 7 actions in one hearing. I want to make sure we get the sequencing right. I was going to ask for council questions. At what point should I be closing the hearing, and prior to or after council deliberation on and collectively on all these things?
And all of the public comment has been received from anyone in the audience, and also the written comments?
Correct.
I'd say you can close it at the end of the council deliberations.
Okay, and prior to any action, even though we're going to have 7 actions, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 questions, but I just want to say I want to thank Director Shelton for her presentation to the ZDRB on June 28th. I listened to that hour presentation, and it was interesting. I listened to all the comments from the ZDRB members, and they made good recommendations. And so I don't have any recommendations for changes or anything to what they have, what they suggested and supported. So, but just a couple quick ones. One, early on in one of these, you were talking about lot coverage and the state's focus on lot coverage. Will lot coverage in the future supplant our use of FAR, floor area ratio? Will that go away? Will lot coverage be the primary definition for size of buildings on lots?
We still can limit the floor area ratio for the primary residential unit. We may not govern the floor area ratio of any secondary or a third or fourth residential unit. That's where the lot coverage can come in to play, is when somebody's asking for more than 2 units.
Okay, good. Thank you. Then the second question, just clarification again about Girardi Place and its are you adding the Girardi Place property as an affordable housing overlay, or is that overlay already exists there? I'm confused. It's just, I don't remember. Remind me, is it always been there, or are we adding it now as a part of this element?
There's 5 parcels that it exists. It's the Girardi Place parcel. It's the Hopper Creek Apartments, and it's the Fennell Street Apartments, and then the Southern Yonville Apartments, Aurora Grande. So those 3 parcels are already developed, but it still has the affordable housing overlay. The 2 remaining undeveloped parcels is the French Laundry Garden site, which we're amending the overlay to include, and then we're requesting that you remove it from the Catholic Church site.
I think the question, if I heard it correctly from Councilmember Knight, was, did that overlay already exist? The answer is yes, it existed previously.
Okay,
it's not
we're
being
just not
added.
removing it. We're leaving it on. Thank you very much. I thank you for the presentation.
Okay, any other questions from council on any of this? Any or all? Okay, then I guess I'll close the public hearing and invite votes. We need to do this one at a time. So if anyone wants to take on making motions, who
Mayor, I'm happy to do it. I appreciate Director Sheldon creating this one page in a report that makes it very easy. So I move introduction and waive the first reading of ordinance number 22-509, an ordinance of the town council and of the town of Yonville, amending chapter 17.156 of the Yonville Municipal Code regarding accessory dwelling units. And as I said, waive the reading.
I'll second it.
Thank you. I was worried about that pause. Motion, Councilmember Knight, second, Councilmember Tagliabashi. Voice vote, please, Eddie.
Yes. Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Councilmember Tagliabashi?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulder?
Yes, sorry, yes.
Vice Mayor Doran Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Dunbar?
Yes. Councilmember Knight, next.
Oh, I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, you're doing all of them. You volunteered.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I move introduction of ordinance number 22-510, an ordinance of the town council of the town of Yonville, adding chapter 17.158 of the Yonville Municipal Code regarding 2 dwelling residential developments and urban lot splits, and waive the reading.
I'll second it.
And I want to make sure we had that ordinance number correct. That was 22-510. Is that right? Are we on that one?
Did I say that? Yeah.
Yes.
22510.
Just double checking. Great. Thank you. We have a motion. Councilmember Knight, second. Councilmember Tagliabashi. Eddie, please.
Councilmember Eric Knight?
Yes.
Councilmember Tagliabashi?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulder?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Doran Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Dunbar?
Yes. Councilmember Knight.
I move introduction and first reading of ordinance number 22-511, an ordinance of the town council of the town of Yonville, adding chapter 17.162 to title 17 of the Yonville Municipal Code regarding small home lot developments, and waive the reading.
I'll second that.
Motion, Councilmember Knight, second, Councilmember Tagliabashi. I see a trend. Eddie, please.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Councilmember Tagliabashi?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulder?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Doran Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Dunbar?
Yes. Thank you. Councilmember Knight.
Willing to do the last 3 unless someone else would like to.
You're reading so well. Let's just keep it going.
Okay. All right. I move introduction and the first reading of ordinance number 22-512, an ordinance of the town council of the town of Yonville, amending section 17.80.020 of chapter 17.80 of the Yonville Municipal Code regarding affordable housing overlay, and waive the reading.
I'll second that.
Motion, Councilmember Knight. Second, Councilmember Tagliabashi. Eddie?
Councilmember Knight,
Yes.
Councilmember Tagliabashi,
Yes.
Councilmember Mueller,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dornbecker,
Yes.
Mayor Dunbar.
Yes. Nine.
Item E, I believe. I move
go ahead.
introduction
Okay.
and first reading of ordinance number 22-513, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Yonville adding chapter 17.26 to the Yonville Municipal Code, establishing the RM2 mixed residential 2 land use designation, and amending section 17.08.050 of the Yonville Municipal Code related to land use designations, and waive the reading.
Second it.
Motion, Councilmember Knight. Second, Councilmember Tagliabashi. Eddie?
Councilmember Knight,
Yes.
Councilmember Tagliabashi,
Yes.
Councilmember Mueller,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dornbecker,
Yes.
Mayor Dunbar.
Yes. And?
Thank you, Mayor. And finally, I move introduction and the first reading of ordinance number 22-514, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Yonville, California, adopting an amendment to the Yonville zoning map to change the zoning district from mixed residential RM to mixed residential R2 of an approximate 16.8 acre site located on the town's southeast border, APN 036-090-002, which I assume is the church property, east of Washington Street and north of Land Lane, and waive the reading.
And just to confirm, yeah, originally you said the reading, but you got it. You covered it in the end. Thank you. Waiving of the.
I will.
However,
I think there was a voice, but Councilmember Knight, motion. Second, Councilmember Tagliabashi. Roll call, Eddie?
Councilmember Knight,
Yes.
Councilmember Tagliabashi,
Yes.
Councilmember Mueller,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dornbecker,
yes, but I wanted to point out that he said R instead of RM, but that's, I say yes also.
and Mayor Dunbar.
Yes. I think the record will reflect that it was basically a verbal typo. Okay, that covers all of those, Kirsty. That was about as rapid fire as I think we could have gone through all that, but appreciate that's why I wanted to clarify. Pretty much almost all of this was mandated with some exceptions, so thank you for managing through that so efficiently. Okay, a couple administrative regular items. So we are not finished yet. Item 10A, consider adoption of resolution number 22-4138, making determinations under section 17.76.020E of the Yamil Municipal Code to authorize preparing corridor restoration and stormwater retention development within the Hopper Creek setback located at 6630 Jefferson Street and within the Hopper Creek setback within the town right-of-way.
Mayor Dunbar, I
Yes.
live across the creek from 6630 at 6638 Jefferson, so I will be recusing myself from this discussion. And I believe Town Clerk Gomez will remove me from the Zoom.
I think, yes. Do we need, Gary, can he just turn his microphone and camera off, or does he have to leave the room?
As long as the microphone and camera are off, that's sufficient.
Okay. So
Thank
we
you.
don't, yeah, that way we don't have to worry about getting you back after this item. But thank you for the recusal based on your proximity of your residence. Okay, I think we're ready for a staff report.
Great. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay, can everybody see my screen? Does it say Exhibit B?
Now it says Exhibit A.
Okay, great. So, hello again. We're here tonight for a request of the Town Council to consider a resolution making a determination to authorize a riparian corridor restoration and stormwater detention within the Hopper Creek setback, located at 6630 Jefferson and within portions of the right-of-way. This is the area within the creek setback that's within the area of 6630, and this is the area that is part of the Creek Street dedication and town right-of-way. For some background, the subject property received design review approval by the ZDRB on March 8th for the retention of the retention and remodeling of the historic home and construction of a detached garage and a second accessory dwelling unit. The subject property is within the primary zoning designation of Old Town Historic and within the Creekside overlay. The municipal code states that no building or structure shall be erected or constructed that is, and it's prohibited to deposit or excavate material within the Hopper Creek setback. The proposal before you tonight includes both excavation of decades of material deposited in the creek setback and replacing the creek setback with native and riparian plantings. In addition to the riparian restoration work, the applicant is also requesting 2 stormwater detention. One is located outside of the creek setback and one is located within the creek setback. I'd like to take a moment and just describe the request for stormwater detention. It's a pretty large lot. It's about 15,000 square feet, which is a large lot for Yonville. And the parcel generally flows to the northeastern corner. These 2 proposed on-site stormwater detention, if they would have put it anywhere else, it would have required a pump. And the stormwater detention, really, it sounds more than it really is, but it's excavation of the native soil and then import of well-draining soil mixture that allows the retention of the stormwater and allows the stormwater to slowly dissipate. Staff is pleased that the applicant who is here with you tonight, I think I saw them, the property owner, Rick Place and Tracy Sanderson are here with you tonight. Staff also met with the Public Works Director on site, and we are pleased with the restoration efforts and support this request for the authorization. The landscape architect provided some photos, sorry for the pixelation, but here are some examples of what the ultimate riparian restoration would look like. These are examples of similar projects in an urban setting, and another one where it's overgrown with non-natives, and then after the riparian restoration and the stormwater detention, it looks like a natural overgrown garden. Staff's available for questions. The applicants are here for questions. It is not a public hearing per se. It is just asking for town council authorization. With the resolution, it has all the necessary findings staff was able to make, and then also a few conditions of approval to work with Fish and Game if there's any issues in the bed and bank.
And the reason that it's coming before us is because of the impact to the creek. Is that correct?
The reason it's coming before you is because it's in the Creekside Overlay District and it's explicit that no work may happen unless it's approved by the council.
Right. Okay. And ZDRB has approved it.
Yep. ZDRB approved it in March.
Right. Okay. Let's hear if the applicant, I see that you're sharing a screen. If either of you would like to share your comments for the council, you're welcome to do so. Welcome. As long as you unmute.
Oops, we are muted. Sorry. Can you hear me now? So this is a project that I think the council's seen more than once over the last couple of years, and we're getting close, hopefully, to starting construction on the property. We're in for our second round of building permit comments and reviews, actually at the end of last week. So we're looking to make significant improvements to the creekside setback. There's been a fair amount of erosion of the creek bank over the last several years. There was a number of unapproved drainage pipes that went directly into the creek that caused some bank erosion. We had a professional riparian corridor consultant, Praninsky Chatham, come in. They're one of the more highly regarded firms in Northern California that do this kind of work. They put together a comprehensive plan and put together what we think is a very thoughtful plan to increase the existing condition, remove the invasive species out of there so the new natives can thrive, and the health of the overall creek bank will be improved as a result.
So the restriction on our efforts is in the condition of approval was the inability to excavate in the area, which in order to execute the plan as designed by PCI, that would require us to do that in order to bring it back to a much better state from its existing condition.
There were some legacy buildings that had small foundations or concrete pads that were poured into the creekside setback. So we're looking to remove all the decades of kind of neglect of the creek setback so we can import better soil in order for these new plants to thrive in that environment.
We're looking to evolve it into a bit of a Monet garden with the help of PCI.
Is that all?
We're pretty excited about it.
Well, and from our staff report, everybody agrees with you. So are there any questions of the applicant from the council? Seeing none, did we have any other public comment, Eddie, related to this item?
No, Mayor, not for this item.
Okay. So is there any discussion or action by the council? Councilmember Moeller.
I just first want to say I wish you guys were around when before they cemented in part of Hopper Creek behind the Bartisono in the 70s, and this kind of work could have been done to restore that at that time. So with that said, when you're ready, Mayor, for a motion, I'd be happy to make it.
Let me just check on the Vice Mayor. She has her hand raised.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you. So I serve on the Watershed Information and Conservation Council, and I just want to thank you so much because the riparian area around the Hopper Creek is so important, and with capture of the rainfall and all, it's just, I'm really thankful and I appreciate it. I hope it turns into the Monet's garden you're looking for.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands raised, so I'll go back to Councilmember Moeller if you'd like to make a motion.
All right, I would like to make a motion to approve resolution number 22-4138, making determinations under section 17.76.020, subsection E of the Town of Yamphill Municipal Code to authorize riparian corridor restoration and stormwater retention development within the Hopper Creek setback located at 6630 Jefferson Street and within the Hopper Creek setback within the town's right of way.
I will happily second that.
Thank you. See what happens when you bring a great project and everybody that has seen it says it's a good project? Motion by Councilmember Moeller, second by Vice Mayor Dornbecker. Eddie?
Councilmember Moeller?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dornbecker?
Yes.
Councilmember Tagliabashi?
Yes.
Councilmember Knight? Oh, sorry, he's recused. I forgot. Mayor Dunbar?
Yes. Yeah, thank you. And we look forward to, thank you for committing to improving the conditions there. And I know you benefit, but we all certainly benefit from it as well. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Okay, and how are we getting to Councilmember Knight to turn
He's coming back.
There he is. Very good.
Mayor and Council.
So hold on. I got to read the items, Steve. We're moving on now to item 10B, Water Conservation Update and Council Consideration to adopt Resolution number 22-4139, modifying existing Phase 2 water shortage emergency regulations. And we do have public comment on this item when we get there, but go ahead, Steve.
Thank you, Mayor. Council. Briefly, this is going to be a slightly different presentation than normal from our Public Works Director. We're going to give you a broad overview of the current situation, the environment, and we're also going to respond and offer some solutions to some citizen feedback in terms of single-family residential as to if there might be some different ways to approach our approach to water restrictions. So I think you're going to find the presentation hopefully answer a lot of questions that you might have, but I did want to point out that you will have a draft resolution that we'll talk about at the end, and that's why it's slightly different than the typical water conservation report. So there is the potential for an action should the council want to provide direction to modify the existing Phase 2 water restrictions. And with that, I'll turn it over.
Sorry, before we go on to John, are we allowed to change through our discussion? You said we have a resolution to consider. We can modify that if necessary.
That's correct, Mayor. You are able, because it's been agendized, so you can work on the items, and we provided some additional feedback. But yes,
you
will be able to provide feedback to us, and we'll make those edits as the council sees fit for the resolution. All right, John.
Thank you, Town Manager Rogers, and bear with me while I share my screen. Hopefully everyone can see that. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm John Ferns, your Public Works Director. I'm here before you to present the water conservation update and then a discussion about the water regulations. The presentation is going to seem familiar and yet change as it goes forward. The first slide that everyone's familiar with is the drought monitor slide. The edge of extreme persists for the Napa Valley. The entire Napa Valley remains in a severe drought. The image on the left is from June. The image on the right is a month later in July. It's deepening in the south. However, we remain severe. And it's important to note that the National Climate Prediction Center released information last week that said there's a greater than 60% chance that the La Nina will persist into the end of this year into next year. First time that's happened since 1950. And if that does occur, it's going to drag the drought conditions with it. So jumping right into the last bit of good news, comparing June of 22 to June of 21, we did great. We consumed 57 acre feet last month of June. This most recent month of June was only 35.4 acre feet. So conservation efforts are working to some extent. And as you see, we have an almost 38% reduction in the month of June. However, as we look at this table, everyone should be familiar with this table. We've been building it together over the last 12 months. The good news on this table is that top number where it says year to date is 361.91 acre feet. So that is underneath that 400 acre foot target that we were reaching for. However, it's important to know that Rector was not our only water use this year. So we had other water use that added up to almost 62 acre feet, which put our combined total water use at rough number, or a rounding up number of 424 acre feet.
And if I could, what's also, John, what's important here, I want you to take a look at the sort of the November through March, because if you look at the usage, you'll see that we use a lot less water during those months And that's because that's the rainy season and there's less demand for outdoor irrigation. I'm only stressing this because it shows how, our indoor water use did not really change between the winter months and the summer. It's the outdoor landscaping irrigation use that is driving a lot of this usage.
Yeah, if I could just ask folks to mute their microphones that aren't giving the presentation. Thank you.
So moving on to comparing fiscal year 21-22 that just ended with the prior year. These are the numbers that we've been comparing monthly as we've moved through the last 12 months. You can see from this chart on the left-hand side, it reports fiscal year 21-22, the year that just ended. We used that 361.9 acre feet from Rector. However, we did use 5.86 feet of water from the Napa water connection early on in the season. And then we did use the well up to 56 acre feet. So that those three combined are what adds up to the 424 acre feet used from the last fiscal year, as compared to the prior fiscal year, where our numbers were much higher from the Rector side of things, where we used just under 558 acre feet straight from Rector. We used about 6.5 acre feet from the city of Napa. And as of fiscal 20/21, the well was not in operating mode. So the well number there is 0. But comparing those two numbers, there's a drastic reduction from 564 down to 424, but it plays into the future conversation that we're about to have. So moving forward, before we get into historical trends and goals, it's important to talk about the concept of safe yield of our water supply. And so a definition of safe yield, we all are backing up one step. We're all familiar with that letter on the right. This is the allocation letter, the second one that we've received the second year in a row, that says Calvet is only going to provide us 400 acre feet of water from the Rector Reservoir. So in looking at the safe yield, the definition of safe yield, it's the maximum dependable quantity of water over a specific time that's continuously available during a critical dry period. So we're in a critical dry period right now. Yonville's maximum dependable quantity of water is arguably Rector Reservoir. We don't know what the well is capable of, and the city of Napa connection is minimal at 25 acre feet, and it's also expensive water. The unit of time is that fiscal year, July 1st to June 30th. And so when you combine all three of those things, Yonville's safe yield is the 400 acre feet per fiscal year during periods of drought, which we are in right now. It's important to note that none of this is mandated by the governor's executive orders that came out. It's just a simple fact that our water supply is limited, and the amount of water that is available consistently in a safe manner is the 400 acre feet. And until the drought is over or declared to be over, we are in this circumstance. So looking at the historic use and our conservation goals, in hindsight, reflecting on last year, we've all been focused on that 20%. But if you look at our starting point from fiscal 1920, we used 576 acre feet that year. The year after, 20/21, we used 564 acre feet. And so to get to the 400 acre feet, we really needed to reduce by 31%. And then the year that we just finished was 29%. The good news is our actual conservation conversation was 25%. So even though to get to the 400 acre feet, we had a goal of 29%, we did a good job getting to the 25% that we did accomplish. But the challenge here is our historic starting point was a lot higher than the 500 acre feet that's depicted in our contract with Rector, which was then reduced down to the 400 acre feet by their annual allocation memo. And then the original 20% mandate from the state also didn't get us to where we needed to be. But the good news is we all came together to get that 25% goal. One thing I want to share on this slide is we think in general, in the last year, we've had these conversations, and it's been a binary thought process where we have residential customers and we have commercial customers. But it's important to know that we have 11 account types that we track water use in. Those 11 account types count for churches and schools, housing, and then commercial, and then also the town's use. And so if you look at this chart, you'll see that all of those 11 groups came together to combine for that reduction. So there's the perception that we're putting the conservation on the back of the single family residential customers, and I don't think that's necessarily fair to the other customers who also did their fair share of conservation. And the extremes on this table are the restaurant bar category, which actually went up by 8.6%, which we're accounting for COVID recovery and more attendance. And then on the other extreme, the residential out of town customers reduced their use by 84%. So we saw a large decrease there. And then everything else is kind of the mid-range, bouncing around 20%. The mobile home parks did have a big drop, and the multiple commercial kind of stayed at 0. But combined, we did really well.
And I'd also like to point out, John, that the town, this is the water we actually used in our facilities, the community center, and especially our own parks. We've done a good job, as the council knows, over the last several years of reducing turf and putting in more drought-tolerant landscaping. And, you know, we're seeing some wear and tear on our landscaping that is not necessarily the normal level of maintenance that we've historically done.
So the tool that we use most prevalently to accomplish the water conservation is the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, the phased water shortage emergency regulations. And those were adopted back actually in 1998 as ordinance, responding to a water shortage emergency and a building moratorium back then. They were based on standard code language that was available and published based on best management practices published by the California Urban Water Council at that time. So they were a code formula that was adopted by many agencies up and down the state. So jump ahead, that ordinance has been on the books since 1998. Jump ahead to modern times with the modern drought. In 2021, we received that first allocation letter stating that we're only going to get 400 acre feet. So in response to that, council implemented the phase 2 water shortage emergency regulations back in May of 21. Those were basically conformed with what was on the books with some minor revisions. One of those revisions was it revised what's in the book as a 3-day week irrigation schedule to a 2-day a week irrigation schedule, which was consistent with what other agencies in the valley are doing, as well as across the state. And by adopting that version of the ordinance, or by adopting the phase 2, it also put the 450 gallon per day in effect. And then we implemented that throughout the year. And then in 2022, we got the same letter from Calvet saying that, hey, we're only going to give you another 400 acre feet because the drought is persisting. So in May of 22, council renewed the phase 2 water shortage emergency, which extended the 2-day week irrigation restriction and also the 450 gallon a day maximum, which remains in effect. The other thing that happened during that time was the state issued executive orders and resolutions that were intended to, encourage conservation. The one that came out in January of 2022 was fairly consistent with the phase 2 water rules that were already in place locally. And then the one that came out more recently in May actually had some more restrictive language in it, but that the restrictions or the conservation measures were tied to a definition called urban water supplier, which is a supplier that has 3,000 or more water customers, of which Yonville is not. So we're kind of in a mix of our own local ordinance, some portion of the state's rules, and then other portions of the state rules that don't apply. So in implementing that through the last year two regulations have drawn the most attention. Those regulations are the 2-day irrigation limit and the 450 gallon per day maximum. The water customers, the single family resident water customers, have become frustrated because the 2 days a week schedule is too complicated when it's tied to the 450 day maximum, which they feel is too restrictive. So we're bringing forward this item for a discussion to respond to those concerns, where we might remove the daily maximum and turn it into a weekly average, which would then allow the single family irrigation 2-day a week restriction to be removed and let people manage their own irrigation, single family residents, I should say, manage their own irrigation on a weekly basis. So to do that, what we've come up with so far and what's up for discussion this evening is the challenge with the 450 a day plus the 2 days a week is they're intended to be coupled together to achieve the conservation that we need. So if you drop the 2-day a week restriction for irrigation, but you keep the 450 gallons per day, it ends up being too much water that could be spent by single family residences. 450 gallons a day translates to 3,150 gallons per week. But when you multiply that across the 607 water customers, it turns out to be 306 acre feet, or 76.5% of that safe yield 400 acre foot number that we talked about before. So an alternate weekly average method would be to allow for the indoor use. And if you do a calculation for a family of 4 for showers, dishwasher, laundry, and restroom, it actually calculates out to about 185 gallons per household per day. So we rounded up to 200, and then we added an allowance for irrigation or outdoor use. And so that gave us right now a weekly average of 2,350 gallons per week. This is a little bit different than the number that was presented in the staff report at 2,000 gallons per week. This one seemed to get us a little more water availability for that outdoor irrigation that people are seeking. So what that translates to, if we were to adopt the 2,350 gallons per week standard, it would reduce the maximum allowable use by the single family residential customers to 228 acre feet, which is only about 57% of that safe yield. And then it would actually leave 172 acre feet, or 43% of the safe yield, for the other customers. And then the education and enforcement component goes away from people exceeding the 450 gallons on their irrigation days and their irrigation day, and then violating which day they are irrigating on, to just a simple, you've exceeded your weekly volume. And so that's the concept that's open for discussion. And then this slide just represents the revised ordinance language for the 2 items that will be affected if you were to adopt this resolution. So in May, you adopted a resolution that had a list of the phase 2 water shortage emergencies in it. 2 of those items, item number 3 and then item number 6 on that original resolution, would be edited to allow for the weekly average. And then item number 6 is the one that's specific to irrigating on certain days. We didn't want to, we're trying to maintain some level of conservation across the board with all of our customers. So the way this particular version is written, it's a lot of words, but the short version is residential customers won't be tied to the 2 days a week, but the commercial customers will. And with that, I have my standard Eye on Water. Please sign up for Eye on Water. We're creeping up there. We now have 302 accounts enrolled, and we're about 36%. And so with that, we're certainly available for questions and discussion.
Thank you very much, John. And I know that we're all seeing this pretty much for the first time, literally for the first time. So I'm assuming we're going to have some discussion, and we do have some public comment. Quick question about the 2350 maximum per week, are you saying that there's unlimited days? That basically all 7 days are viable for use and landscape irrigation for residential?
Yes, that's the proposal. We would dismiss the 2-day-a-week restriction for residential and allow customers to irrigate as they see fit on a 7-day-a-week basis.
And so if I did the math correctly, it would basically be the equivalent of 335 gallons a day. And believe me, I didn't do that in my head.
Correct.
Just to give some context to the fact that there still would be conservation happening, it would the flexibility isn't that you get to use a lot more water. You have the ability to disperse it over 7 days instead of 2, basically.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions of the staff report before I invite public comment? I don't see any. There's a hand raised. Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Director Ferns, for an excellent report. I guess my question for staff is I like the fact that we're moving, we're responding and trying to move to create more flexibility for residents. But when we're moving away from probably what is old ways of monitoring before technology and eye on water, where the only way you could really tell is, people had to keep track of whether it was 2 days a week. If we remove that, then it seems critical that we encourage and get residents and commercial users to join or sign up for Eye on Water. So at some point, it seems to me maybe we can think about ways to create incentives for them to do that. Because unless they're on Eye on Water, which is a tremendous tool, they could go over, but they need to be monitoring what they're doing if we're not keeping them to a 2-day or 3-day-a-week watering. So hopefully there's some way to incentivize people to join or to add the Eye on Water app.
It is a free app. Nobody is keeping anybody from downloading a free app and using that information. But we know that sometimes people still don't take the time to do it. That leads me to a follow up to Councilmember Knight's comment. John, what would be the enforcement mechanism? Basically, stricter enforcement and potentially fines if people are repeat violators of the maximum?
I believe it would be the similar process where it would be education before enforcement, and we would probably follow the same scenario where we try really hard to let the customer know via courtesy door hangers, courtesy notices, and letters to them before we get to the letter of notice of violation abatement. But ultimately, it's the same process. It's just a different violation, and it's 1 versus 2. It'd be the weekly overage versus perhaps the 450-day overage and the wrong day of the week watering day.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. Councilmember Tagliabashi.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for this information and for your work on trying to figure out a different way to do this. I know you guys have worked really hard to get the 2-day-a-week and the 450 gallons a day, and that has been relatively successful just based on the numbers, but I know it's an incredible amount of work to even get to where we've been. My question is, when you arrived at that split between the commercial and residential, did you just kind of separate those 11 accounts, John, and then just portion it out accordingly? The percentage, was that just split across those accounts, kind of how people are using water now, or how did you arrive at that percentage split between the commercial and residential users?
So the table I showed was actually a percent reduction of each of those categories from the prior year. And so each category had a percent reduction over the prior year. And then the end slide where I said the percentage of if we did the 2350, it would be that percentage of the single family residence. It was just based on straight math of, 2350 adds it up to 220 acre feet per year. And then the balance becomes available for all the other customers. It's not really a fair way to say it. The 220 acre feet a year assumes all of the 607 water customers are going to use the maximum weekly amount. And we found that through our interactions with all of our water customers throughout the last year, the majority of them are very sensitive to this and are doing above and beyond conservation measures to get their own numbers down.
Yeah, thank you for that answer. So no real hard analysis on that split of 2350 and then the remainder to the commercial side. And I appreciate that. But then the other part of that is the commercial side isn't going to use all their water, hopefully, either. So we will have some cushion in there for whatever happens between now and then and the rest of the stuff. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And Council, just to follow on that, you need to remember that everybody else includes the mobile home parks, the condos, the apartments, as well as what we think of as commercial. So there's a fair amount of residential water use in that. And we do think it's a reasonable, but I'm not going to disagree at this point. It's a extrapolation based on usage and historical usage and trends. So I don't want to, but we do think it's achievable. And more importantly, it is based on a distribution of how the single family homes generate the most outdoor irrigation use, as you saw in that same chart earlier. So we're still trying to provide flexibility and where we can also achieve a level of conservation.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that from the town manager. And just one last question then, and this goes back to what work you all are going to have to do to get this new program going again. Is there a lot of anxiety over this change, or is there some better method that you guys would prefer than this? I mean, I think this is a pretty elegant solution, but I'm interested to hear.
I think our job is to listen to the council and the community. The prior councils had approved a process, and we tweaked it several times along here. Council's provided some feedback, and your staff is rolling up sleeves and thinking. What I will say right now is all of this is an effort that could become undone at some point by a state-ordered mandate from the Water Board. So everybody needs to realize they could come out next week and say, and this is done. So I'm prefacing that, but also we've done our homework and we do think it's reasonable. I would also say your staff is going to have to take it. It's going to be a major change because we're going to have to send out a new message to all of our single family residential. We're going to have to let them know about the new rules. We're going to have to, in some ways, change the focus on their behavior to their self-management because as Director Ferns was talking about, the monitor now will be, did they go over 2350? So we will still do the first outreach, but there's the potential, especially for those that aren't paying attention and choose not to get eye on water. We think there could be some potential that some folks may get surprised. I also think Director Ferns is correct that hopefully, and we'll encourage this in our outreach, that we want most people to continue doing what they've been doing because it's been very helpful. And we're hoping that this flexibility is not misused, because if it's misused, then it could create problems. And of course, we'll use this, as Councilmember Knight alluded to, as a real encouragement to sign up for Eye on Water as a free service from the town, and an ability to help manage to ensure, because here's, I think, the biggest thing, we don't want to get a fine. And I want to stress this. Our staff is not interested in fining our residents. We're interested in managing the water resource in a safe and prudent way consistent with the town council's adopted rules. But we will market that. So I'm envisioning and already have draft letter that will go out to our single-family residential if the council moves forward with a change similar to this.
And I anticipate my favorite message boards being deployed with a new message all over again. Can't wait. Councilmember Moeller.
All right. Well, unfortunately, I know it's late, but I have a lot to say. So I'm not sure if we're still in the question mode. I'm just kind of combining everything. So
yeah, I'm trying. We are at the question mode because we have public comment to consider before we start making statements.
All right. Then the questions, I'll do that is the businesses. Everybody who lives in a single family home certainly knows about restrictions and the time of day and all that. And in addition, they get courtesy notices. There have been fines have been going out. What have we done with the businesses? I know some of the businesses are going up, some, have gone down. What message is going out? What restrictions do they have? And have they received courtesy notices? Have they received fines? At what level has that been managed relative to the residents? That's a question.
All right, I'll start on that one. And then the first answer to that for the council is, especially as it relates to the outdoor irrigation use, they're all subject to the same monitoring, and also they now are subject to potentially the new ban on decorative non-functional grass. So we have been very aggressive with our flip the strip limitations. So in many of those cases, we have issued many courtesy notices to a handful of property owners, HOAs. So the non-single family residential is being monitored, and we're looking at their use in the areas where, in a similar vein, especially as it relates to irrigation situations.
So, can I keep asking questions, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, the state Water Resource Control Board, the resolution that went into effect in May 2022. It specifically talks about, the only thing that we have to follow in that resolution is the no potable water at all in non-functional turfs in commercial, industrial, and institutional. So has that really gone out? I still see it. I mean, are we enforcing that? That's a question. Have we sent out fines, or are we still giving out courtesy notices?
We're in the education. That's a relatively new, that rule was just put in place in June. So that rule is being educated, and we've had conversations with a handful of the private business owners, and that's our next course of action, just like we followed the earlier course from the water boards on the landscape strip. So that is primarily a commercial and homeowners association facing it.
So one last broad question. Is it fair to say that we could conserve more water, bringing that the number up for the residential use from 2350 to somewhat higher number if we really bring all the commercial non-functional turf on board, if we actually have some of better compliance from like restaurants and bars and some of the other businesses? Couldn't that also save us more water?
Well,
Perhaps
all of
giving
those
them
actions
time
would
to-
save us more water, but I want to stress the current proposal is allocating 57% of the available water supply to the single family residential, which is slightly more than their historical use in. So it's just something, but I don't think your staff is prepared to recommend that you move much further than that number, because then again, what's our ability to come back? And I think that's a real concern. I think, we need to have a reasoned, and I certainly think this is basically allowing an extra 450 gallons to the single-family residential to reallocate on water while still requiring, again, the balance of our consumer base to continue to conserve at the same level.
Mayor, I'll save all my other good, I have lots of comments for later.
Yes, after we hear from questions from council and then public comment. Vice Mayor, questions?
Thank you. Yes, I do have a question, and that is, once we put this plan for allowing residential landscaping at any time into play, is there a plan in case the residents in single-family homes feel that that's just a license to go ahead and use the water every day in their garden? And is there a plan to then mitigate that? Because I'm concerned that people have finally, it seems, adjusted to the 2-day schedule, Mondays and Thursdays for the odd numbered and the other for the. But I'm concerned that they're going to take that as license to use more, and the 450 gallons that would increase their. But I think that, is there a plan to somehow dial that back? Because I don't think that single-family homeowners are going to be that responsible. Sorry.
Well, Council,
I think you heard that, Vice Mayor.
And Council, this is the conundrum that we face. We are trying to be responsive to current council inquiries to be in a more flexible approach. But I would say, Vice Mayor, that that's a real concern. And I think the letter that I mentioned that I'm talking about, we're going to have to explain that if this does not result in a continuing acceptable path, then the same way we're coming to you now, saying, hey, we're trying to be responsive, staff will need to come to you that said, it's not working. And we're optimistic, but it's going to require an education. But I do share your concern. But I also share the belief that there are some people that are saying, hey, give us an opportunity to manage our water conservation in a level. But we're reaching a point at some point where, the rubber is going to meet the road, and we don't have enough water to meet everybody's expectations. So I really want to stress that it's a really important message. We have 400 acre feet of safe yield water. So, the Public Works team and myself have to face the reality that, if we use 435, just a hypothetical, well, where's that 35 necessarily coming from? We don't want to be in a position where we don't have water. So we're going to stay on top of this, but we're also trying to be responsive to ideas and community feedback.
Thank you. I have one more question, and that is about our restaurants. I believe in 1998, when I first moved here and there was a moratorium on water usage, the restaurants all lived by you had to request water before it was brought to your table. And I see that that's not happening in our restaurants. And I would like to find out what's going on to address that.
Actually, we're working with the chamber, and we are working with them to put together a more aggressive communication outreach effort for the restaurants so that they do not do that, or make it very clear that water is only available upon request.
Okay, thank you.
And the fact is, we tend to be very lenient with code enforcement violations. One, we're going to hire a code enforcement officer who's going to help us monitor all this. And two, we'll be less lenient. It'll just get to that. When we get poor response about, following the modified rules, we'll have to enforce that. And we have people to do that. I don't see any other hands, so let's go to public comment. Eddie, if we have any that you are going to be reading, and I believe we have attendees that may want to speak directly, I'm not sure, but if you could go ahead with whatever you've received.
Mayor, I do have a comment from the Quasts, who I see are attendees. I don't know if they want to verbally make their comment, and if not, I will go ahead and read their submission into the record.
Okay, are there any other written comments? I'd like to get to those first, and then we'll give them the option of reading or verbalizing.
I have an additional comment from Pan Reeves.
Okay, we can do that one first, please.
All right, let me get over to that. I agree with staff that a strict 2-day limitation on irrigation should be discontinued so that residents can irrigate whenever they feel appropriate, as long as it doesn't go over their allotment. Their allotment should be calculated on a weekly total rather than a daily maximum to allow the residents more flexibility. Council needs to trust residents to manage their water consumption. Staff has said that residents have more than met the 20% reduction targets. I am not in favor of the very restrictive numbers that staff has suggested for further reductions. By their own account, staff has said that we are going into peak heat time of the year, and that means that people and plants will need a bit more TLC. We all have quite an investment in our yards, emotionally as well as financially. The town in turn benefits from having people that investment in beauty that both residents and visitors enjoy. As for the next increment of drought planning, I feel that staff is being so conservative that residents will be forced to abandon much of their gardening plantings. I would support a happy medium between the 76 and the 48% conservation goals, something like 60% for the months of August through October. Then once we get to November, we can have more restrictive goals since the weather is less hot and the need for irrigation less. We can make up the numbers by being frugal when it is less painful for the plants and the residents.
Thank you. And I see Mr. Cross has his hand raised, so I'm going to assume that means they'd like to verbalize their comment. So if you want to go ahead and turn on camera and microphone, or microphone at least.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. You have my letter. I don't need to read through it, but I think one thing that's missing is the Public Works is using percentages, but I think what would really help us is, since we have a year of data, what did the single family residences use as a weekly average? Do we have that number? Because from there, we can at least calculate where we need to go.
If you want to go ahead and give us your complete statement, if there are questions, we'll answer at the end. You have up to 3 minutes.
Yeah. Basically, I think it's important that we know what a weekly average is. It's very hard to deliver that 2 days a week water and then still have a daily average. I pretty much would contend that you should do weekly or monthly averages. I'm not sure that the 2350 is correct, but I really would like to see, what did we do? Did we do 3,200 a week? Did we do 2,500 a week? I don't know, and I think that would be tremendous to know. I think that we aren't children, but it does take a lot of time to understand the system, and whether you want us to manage it with any day of the week, or at least allow us 3 days a week, I think either of those options helps to do it as a weekly average. I think the other thing is that it really, as I stated in my report, it would be good to understand in my letter what is the bell curve for both sizes of lots and also for water usage, because there's quite a difference. Because I can see some people who have a corner lot who have a lot to deal with, and then there's a lot of these small homes that have turned into vacation homes that have very little, and it's hard to compare the two. Though it seems that they've taken out the out-of-town people out of the mix. So somehow they were able to do that from Public Works. And so we should understand better what we're doing in regards to that. Hopefully your code enforcement person will work at education. I mean, the letter I received, even though I saved more than 50% of my water for June, was that we were threatening to turn off your water. fix your appliances and get a permit. That's what it said. It's just a generic letter, and it doesn't even address the problem. And I had to call to even find out what the issue was. So that was a problem also. I did state most of these in the letter that we sent. But I think also that someone who does save a lot, let's say 40, 50%, and has a lot to take care of, but still goes over your weekly limit, needs some consideration too, because that's a lot of savings and is very helpful because you don't know what size. Like you just had someone who had, 15,000 square feet, and they have to water the area to get that riparian area to work. So how are they going to do it on such a restrictive level?
Right. I think we're running out of your 3 minutes.
Okay. And then the last thing is just that your appeal process at $1,000 seems out of whack with what the fines are. And I think that's something else to work with your code enforcement. But what I really would like to hear is, in the past year, what did the single family residences as an average use as weekly water?
Very good. Thank you. And we all did receive your letter. Some of us received voicemails as well. And thank you for your comments tonight. I know that I saw Director Ferens jotting down some notes, and some of that information has already been gathered. And what we're proposing to consider tonight is a weekly limit. And so that's for our consideration tonight. It doesn't mean it's the only modification and nothing else will ever happen. So there could be other things coming in the future if that's appropriate. But the reality is we're all having to conserve water. It's having negative consequences on landscaping, plantings, gardening, and all that. But, it's not our choice. It's just it's a requirement to reduce water consumption across the board, residential as well as commercial. So thank you. Going back to council, I see a hand up. Yes, Director Ferens.
Would you, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would you like me to answer that question about the average from last year?
Sure, quickly, because we are approaching 5.5 hours.
So it was last year's single-family residential weekly average was 1,336 gallons per week, or 190 gallons per day.
Okay, thank you. Town attorney always gets priority. Gary?
I'll be really quick. The resolution talks about gallons per week. I think the intent is per calendar week. And if that's true, I would suggest adding calendar before the word week throughout the resolution.
And when calendar, are you talking Monday through Sunday, or?
I think Sunday through
Saturday?
Saturday is technically a calendar week. But the purpose of that is you could technically use on the last day of the week all of the gallons, and then the same on the next one. I'm not suggesting that's what people do, but I'm thinking from an enforcement perspective from town. What is a week? Is it a 7-day period? How are we calculating this? And that's going to be important for staff.
We might as well add the hours into that, so there's no ambiguity that if it's whatever time on Sunday to whatever time on Saturday, so that there's no confusion about, well, I watered this morning and now I can water tonight and it's considered one day. Anyway, I love the cynicism of our attorney. I'm sure well deserved. I understand it. Thank you. Councilmember Moeller.
Okay, since it's late, I wrote some stuff down. Hopefully I can remember it all here. So overall, I am in favor of going on a weekly allotment. I think that makes sense. My concern today is with the $23.50 per week, because when we were at $4.50 a day, that's $31.50. So we're now asking our residents for an additional 25% decrease. So I would still like, there's quite a few numbers I think I would like to look at to see where we could really get to. Everyone's been decreasing 25, 30% already, and now another 25. It's just not the message I want to send without doing quite a bit of analysis. So go back to the beginning. We used the 450 days from a 1998 ordinance. A lot of people adopted that too. We threw in 2 days a week and monitored everybody on a daily basis, and we got pretty close. We're still about 6 acre feet over, but and I'm not ready to discount the well and just go with safe water. I really want to see some analysis. I think the public wants to see a little more analysis before we pull the trigger on 2350, causing an additional 25% decrease. I know we've got a lot of different averages, but we've got smaller houses and big houses, and those are all our residents, and they all like to write letters and think about this and digest it. So I think again that and we're going to need quite a bit of outreach, and we've all talked about that. And just to address, some people have said, well, if we're going to do weekly, why not do monthly? My concern with monthly and not going to monthly is because if you've gone over, you've used a whole lot of water and we can't get that back. A week seems pretty reasonable. This day seems very restrictive, even though we've told everybody and they've been doing a lot so far. This is where now we're hearing from people and they're making some good suggestions. So, going from our current 450 a day to 2 days to 2 days a week to another really big decrease. We really didn't get the numbers right the first time. I think we're saying we got lucky. We're also assuming that now if we go to this new, let's see, what is it? 25% decrease, which would only be 285 gallons a day. Maybe that was a 2000. It's the 335. Then now everyone's going to use 100%. I'm not sure if we can say we never used it before, and now everybody's going to go up to that, especially when we're looking at the 191 average a day. So that's really, I'm not ready to certainly approve this tonight. That's where I am until I get some more information. But I do think we're going in the right direction. And we just really need some more information about the businesses that we're going to start doing all the non-functional turf. That's going to contribute some. I think a little more discussion about the well. Yes, it may not be safe, but I think we can add in some acre feet from the well that we could consider safe. It's not going to just totally shut down. So maybe not, the 50 gallons we got before, but I think it should contribute some, as well as the city of Napa. I know it's more expensive, but remember, we've put away $2 million in a water emergency fund. And if we don't have an emergency now, I'm not saying we need to spend it. And my last statement is that why we really need to get all these calculations right, or as right as we can, is because if we do no longer get at least 400 acre feet and have to go down from there, then we're not going to have to redo all this and guess. We'll have a really good solid base of water use to make further decreases if we have to. So I'm done.
Okay, Councilmember Knight.
Mayor, just quickly, following up with something that Councilmember Moeller said, and for Director Ferns, do we know in terms of at this 2350 a week, do we know how many residents that were using up to or over 400 gallons a day and would just be, is there really an issue? I missed your earlier comment. Is the average resident only using a little over 200 or gallons a day, or where are we at with the general population, single family residences with their usage weekly?
I don't have the numbers in front of me that would say X number of accounts are exceeding or bumping up against the maximum 400 gallons per day. We can calculate that. The number that I did calculate is based on last year's use. And if you take the water that went to single family residents and divide by the number of accounts, it was 190 gallons per day or 1,000 336 gallons per week. So that's an average across all of the customers, the residential customers.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that's all the, certainly the public comment, and I'm not seeing any other council comment. I'm just going to remind folks that this isn't just about percentages and water use, it's about water supply. And we've lost 100 acre feet of water supply based on Calvet's reduction of our supply allotment. That's significant. And so I look at that percentage and compare it to the fact that we're in a severe drought and it's continuing and plants are going to be lost. And we can't keep irrigating to everyone's satisfaction. Some people, we're not doing it fast enough. We're not doing it restrictive enough. And others are saying it's a burden. So we could sit here every month and say we have to do more data analysis. It's still going to have some people happy and some people upset. I think we need to take action tonight. I think this is a very reasonable accommodation that staff has done with painstaking effort in a very short amount of time. Like I was saying earlier, we can adjust this as needed, but we're responding to what I think is a growing number of residents saying, why 2 days a week? It's not fair. And so now we're offering a weekly allocation that seems reasonable. Yeah, it's painful, but we're in a painful water supply situation until it starts raining again. So I'm encouraging us to move forward, take the staff's recommendation, and it's going to take a time to implement this, to educate people. So it's not happening immediately. We know that. People aren't going to adjust probably until August, but we need to start sometime. That's my opinion. Councilor Tagliabashi. You're muted.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Dunbar. I appreciate it. And just as a matter of correction and accuracy, I believe that Director Ferns mentioned that it was in 1920, 576 acre feet. So we're somewhere close to that. So we're actually down 176 acre feet from our most highest use in the recent past. And I think it was 123 acre feet in the last year. So over 100 acre feet of reduction, which is great, but we didn't make our number. So I do appreciate staff's effort to go outside of a huge comfort zone and try something that's outside the box. I have heard from a lot of people, and I'm the first person to say I really am not a fan of listening to five people trying to run a conversation, and I don't think that that's what this is. I think this gives us enough room to figure out if this works and have a good starting point, and then we can go from there. And if the state imposes something similar to what they did in 2015, then that's what we're going to do. We don't have a choice. But I think this is a fair response, and based on Director Fern's earlier calculation of somewhere around 1,350 gallons a week, this is plenty of cushion for most users. There are some people who are going to push the limit, and those people are going to find out what happens, similar to what happened with the people who push the limit at 2 days a week and 450 gallons a day. I mean, that's just the nature of where we're at and how people, most people just don't understand how much water they're using in general. They don't have a functional knowledge of their irrigation system. They rely on their landscaper. So there will be a lot of education, and I'm in favor of going with the suggested 2,350 gallons per week and at least trying it on and seeing how it works.
Is that a motion?
Yes, I'm prepared to make a motion if that's where we're at.
I believe we are. If you want to make a motion to accept the staff recommendation for modification of the water restrictions.
I will make a motion to accept the staff modification of the phase 2 water restriction as presented tonight.
Period.
I'll second. Mayor, I'll second. I also want to thank the residents, Michael Quest and Michael Jordan, that brought this forward to us. this is a process that'll be ongoing. So I support staff's recommendation.
Yeah, just to be clear, I think all of us heard from many different residents and business owners. I appreciate the folks that took the time to be with us tonight, but it was more than two people, or else we probably wouldn't be having this conversation, to be honest.
Thank you. Yeah.
Councilmember Tagliabashi with the motion, second Councilmember Knight. Gary?
Yeah, if I can just clarify, if staff recommendations includes the calendar week addition to those various provisions, just to clarify that.
So the Sunday through Saturday, and identifying time of day.
Great.
Would be,
I second with the amendment.
Yeah, and Councilmember Tagliabashi, you're okay with that?
Yes, with the calendar week.
Yeah, okay. So ready for a vote, Eddie?
Councilmember Tagliabashi?
Aye.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Councilmember Muller?
Yes, especially with the understanding that, we are smart enough to revisit something in the future if we need to. So thanks everybody for the discussion. I vote yes.
Vice Mayor Dornbecker?
I agree, as long as we keep an eye on it and are ready to move if we have to. Thank you. Yes.
And Mayor Dunbar?
Yes. Yes, we'll be keeping an eye on water, won't we, Director Ferns?
Yes.
Okay, as quickly as possible, we're jumping ahead to, I understand we're going to postpone the budget book demonstration, is that correct?
Right, Mayor, we have moved that to your August 2nd meeting.
Do we need, I think we need a very, very quick elections update so people understand that the filing period opened yesterday. So are we going to have that very brief update?
Yes, Mayor. So the PowerPoint is attached to the agenda, so anybody can go to the HTML agenda and read what's in it. So like you said, we're open for nominations all the way until August 12th. And people are more than welcome to just send an email to townclerk@yville.com to set up appointments. And we'll walk them through the process of getting nomination papers so they can launch themselves for either the positions of mayor or council member.
And if the incumbents do not file, then that extends to August 17th, I believe.
That is correct. And we believe that might be right now the mayor position.
Your guess is very accurate. All right. Thank you very much, Eddie, for that update. Jumping down, only important council meeting reports at this point, if we can, since we're now pushing up on 6 hours soon. Councilmember Knight.
Council comment. So I'll wait for that if you want to go through meeting reports.
We're not to comments yet. Climate Action Committee is meeting this Friday. We're going to see a PG&E presentation on electric grid capacity and reliability. Also, discussion about a contract with a vendor to support a Climate Action Committee website and our regular greenhouse gas inventory update. Also, I think this is important to address. I brought it up earlier in our housing element discussion, but the town manager and I participated in the Yelpfill Veterans Home Master Plan stakeholders meeting that was online, hosted by Calvet, with representatives from the Departments of General Services, Housing and Community Development. Assembly member Cecilia Aguiar Curry was present in person. Alex Pater was representing Senator Bill Dodd. Veterans Home Administration and Supervisor Diane Dillon were all participating. Issues that were discussed included changing veterans demographics of home residents with younger veterans, more female veterans, and the potential for more families that will be needed in the coming years. So Calvet is reviewing all of that. Future mental health needs that might be expanded on the campus, the future use of Holderman Hospital building, in particular, once the skilled nursing facility is online and is taking all the medical operations from Holderman Hospital, they're looking at potential reuse for that building. Also, what was a large segment of the conversation was on-campus housing. There's universal support for on-campus housing. Outreach was done with members of the Allied Council, residents, home employees, town representatives, and legislators, and as I said, the state agencies. The process for requests for information related to housing development is expected in the very near future. That's the first step. The Department of General Services and HCD will be following. Then hopefully what would immediately follow from that would be a request for qualifications or proposals that could actually turn housing concept into a project. It probably will not make it in time for our current cycle of the housing element, but it certainly will help longer term and provide some much needed housing on the campus. December of this year is the The master plan is expected by December of this year, at least a report. I believe that is it from that meeting. I do want to acknowledge, since we didn't meet in early July, the Yonville Arts Commission, led by Rhonda Scheer with Samantha Holland and our Park and Rec staff, for the celebration of the legacy of Sally and Don Schmidt that was held at the community hall back at the end of June. Also want to acknowledge our Park and Recs and our Public Works staff for supporting the June 25th Rock the Ride bike and walk event for gun safety and anti-gun violence. And the 4th of July celebration, making a wonderful new style of celebration at Veterans Memorial Park. Samantha and her team did an incredible job. It was unfortunate that the conditions aren't favorable for fireworks, but we had a wonderful time, great turnout for that. Last, very quickly, I was on a U.S. Conference of Mayors Zoom call with 180 other mayors and over 600 attendees about how the federal infrastructure funding is going to be allocated to especially small cities and towns throughout the country. So thanks to the Conference of Mayors and Bloomberg Philanthropies for holding that information session for mayors. Okay, other meetings that need to be reported on before we go to comments? No other meetings, okay. Councilmember Knight, comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge that we all received a letter from Carrie Hayes having questions about Picasso, and I thought it was a thoughtful letter. And so I guess I would just I wanted to ask the council if there was support to direct Attorney Bell to come back in the near future with an update on St. Helena's changes to their law in other cities like Monterey, and then just an update of how that relates to our current timeshare ordinance and the current efficacy of our ordinance. And I'd appreciate that.
We do have an ordinance in place that prohibits timeshares. So that's just to be clear, and that information was shared with Ms. Hayes. Is there an interest by a majority of the council to bring forward and ask staff to do some research on the status of fractional ownership, whether it be corporate or privately owned? Councilmember Mueller?
I would like to ask our Attorney Bell to keep an eye on the lawsuit that Picasso is suing St. Helena with. That's my concern, is before we jump into the same morass that poor St. Helena's in, let's just keep a close eye on all the other St. Helena's lawsuit or anything else that Gary can find. I'm very concerned. I think I've looked at the letter that Steve sent to Carrie Hayes and the ordinance, and I just want to take a conservative approach because I don't feel like being on their county or their attorneys list sue Yonville list. So that's my concern for making any changes. If somebody starts prevailing on something, I'm more than willing to listen.
So since I've heard two council members interested, we're not talking about necessarily taking a position. What I'm going to suggest, because I support the idea of getting a report from our attorney, not one way or the other. Let's get an update on the status of fractional ownership challenges and opportunities in terms of any municipal ordinances. So we're not going to say one way or the other. Let's get an informational report from our attorney, and that might guide us whether we're interested in pursuing other action after that.
I concur.
Okay.
It could it also include active lawsuits that he can find easily out there, just so we're informed on that too?
I mean to be all inclusive, whatever.
All right, good. Then I'm good.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's not predetermine what direction we're going to try to go in. Let's get as thorough as Gary can do in the next 4 weeks report on that. Any other comments before we adjourn? Just shy of 6 full hours.
I guess we should be happy we didn't start at 6 p.m.
That's why we changed it to 3.
Okay. Yes, we are. But that might be why people felt like we could keep talking all this time. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn to our next regular council meeting, which is Tuesday, August 2nd at 3 p.m. And as of now, we're going to assume it's a teleconference meeting. If circumstances change, we'll let the public know. But as of now, it's still via teleconference. And Councilmember Moeller, Pat, I think motion. Second, Vice Mayor Dornbecker. Vote. Let's do a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
No better be opposed.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate all the information tonight, all the discussion, and have a good evening.
Get well.
All right. Thank you.